From what we can. At the front, 11 riders with 4 to go. 4 laps to go. Flores also in that move. Dennis Grob with Evoke. Evan Teskey. And the star of the day, Bart Clifford, showing a little bit of a grimace. I think he's looking to the skies for some help. And here comes the chase. It does not look like they're going to be able to integrate with that brake. It is done and dusted. That brake is good to go. Yeah, it becomes very tactical right now. You're going to see a lot of flyers, and it's going to be incumbent on Evoke to try to stitch everything together so they can deliver their payload. Bart Clifford with 200 meters to go. From what I can tell, Craig Miller missed that break, so that's one of Bart's main rivals. If I can get confirmation that Miller did not make that break. Hey, Cy Hunt, good to see you. Looks like Miller might represent. He's in that deep blue jersey. Evoke at the front. With 3 laps to go, 3 to go. Craig Miller, wheel number 6 or 7. Miller in the hunt. So this is where the wick gets sticky. We've got a couple riders in here that can roll. 35-second time gap. "35-second time gap with 3 to go. And remember, we will be broadcasting on LACrits.com live, directed and produced by Ray Mars. And later on today, I think I'm going to be joined by Fear the Fro, Hug the Bro, Mr. Rasan Bahati. Bahati had to go to Inglewood first. He was over at SoFi Stadium hanging out with Taylor Swift and Beyonce. So right now we've got about 2 laps at the line. 55's driving it, 11-man break. Evoke at the front. With 2 laps to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, who will emerge and pick up the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford winner's jersey? We had Evan Teskey pick up that $50 cash preem in this race. Kenny Rogers also picking up a $50 cash preem. Compliments of the Taylor Clifford Project. Two to go. Go to see Doug Knox. Doug Knox from Santa Barbara holding it down with the red lantern, well positioned. Checking the menu after this race, we have women's Cat 4-5. And Masters Women 35-45. Our pro women field at 1:50 p.m. this afternoon, and pro men field 2:45 p.m. Both winners will be picking up a gender equal $1,500 in the pocket. A nice payday. Bell right now. This is the final lap. Looks like we got a rider going solo with 1 lap. With 1 lap. With 1 lap to go. 1 to go. 1 lap to go. Andrew Bare Knuckles at the front all alone. If you're on a sled and you see the hound dogs barking, throw them a biscuit. Do not pull over to bake a cake. Evoke is looking hungry. They did not come here to pick strawberries. They came here to win this bicycle race. Who's it gonna be today? Will it be another emotional win by none other than Bart Clifford? He's well positioned. This one goes to Taylor. One lap to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. The sun is out, the azaleas are blooming, the birds are chirping. Hello, friends, welcome to March Madness. Have you filled out your brackets today? I got Clifford. He's certainly in the Final Four. And all these riders, to make the break, you got to be on top of your game. To stay there, warrior mentality is paramount. 1 mile course battling. When we have the monitors up, we're going to be able to give more information when I'm joined by Mr. Bahati later on. Here we we come on that final corner, and it is argy-bargy. Riders all over the course at 200, at 100. Who's it going to be? Mr. Bart Clifford, for the star that burns twice as fast, shines twice as bright. Bart Clifford, another emotional win for Team Evoke and the Taylor Clifford Project. Of all the dramatic things, that was beautiful. Reading from the mission statement before we sprint for 12th place, Taylor's legacy is one of love, resilience, and a passion for helping others. Here comes the big windup for the bunch. And very cool, Evoke doing the do-si-do, representing that field. Coming in strong with Scotty Cochran out of Redlands, California. From the mission statement, Jenna Clifford writes, "Together we can create a future where more lives are transformed and more families are reunited and more women find hope and healing." Well done, Team Evoke. We got it. Bart Clifford, your champion today. Sprinting to victory on a wing of inspiration, looking above into the skies, seeing our beautiful girl, Taylor Elizabeth Clifford.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, that was a Masters 55 60 plus, and we have our host win that race at the 55, I believe. Yes, he's not 60 yet, right? All right, we will now have our women's 4-5 and Masters women 35, 45 plus. Also, we have juniors that will be joining the race. So this way they were able to call up. So all women and juniors, please report to the start line. I'm going to give it back over to Dave. Thank you all for coming out. The weather turned out awesome. So back to the ones and twos.
All right, let's give it up for Alfie Sanchez. I call him the Foundation. Mr. Sanchez has been juggling chainsaws all week long. And so we are moments away for your final instructions. Chief Official Stevie B.
Racers, good morning. You'll be racing for 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Lap cards will show 7 to go. Free laps end at 5 to go. Get to the pit any way you want, but don't ride backwards on the course. On the day.net are where the results will be posted. If you have wheels in the pit, the wheels pit is right there where the NCA tent is. Riders ready. Judges ready. On my whistle.
All right, 30 minutes to go. Our women Cat 4-5 Masters, women 35 plus.
So we only have one of the juniors? We have two. Oh.
Welcome everybody to the second edition of the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Criterium here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix course, brought to you by Majestic Cycling and Taylor Clifford Project. Highly anticipated contest all day long. What a beautiful sight. Bart being embraced by the entire project, the family. The Taylor Clifford project. Job well done. And so if you're joining us live on lacrits.com, we just had a beautiful finish. Bart Clifford sprinting to victory in the 55 plus. Out on course right now. Women Cat 4-5, Masters Women 35-45. With around about 28 minutes to go. All right, looking very good. Jahan Muhammad, age 11, turning the pedals. $50 cash premium right here, right now. $50 cash premium. $50 on the line. Compliments of the Taylor Clifford Project. So good to be back here in Costa Mesa. This is my hometown, man, and it is a haven, a magnet for cool people, entrepreneurs, and retail, and restaurants, and sports, and art. And we are abundantly stoked to be here live streaming on lacrits.com, setting the new standard. Costa amazing indeed. Keep Mesa cool, right? We are about 35 miles south of Los Angeles and about 90 miles north of San Diego. About 5 miles from the crystal blue ocean, the Pacific, to the southwest, though Costa Mesa does reach where it's only about 1 mile from the coast. Costa Mesa, founded in 1953, current population 112,000. All discovered because of what? Lima beans, ladies and gentlemen. Lima beans. The Segerstroms came from, they're immigrants from Sweden. Planted the flag here in Costa Mesa and grew filbert nuts and lima beans. There's good geology here as well. Good soil with nutrients. And the lima beans were definitely a cash cow back in the day, and Segerstrom decided, I'm gonna build a shopping mall, South Coast Plaza, in the middle of nowheres. In '67 opened. I think the Mesa company was one of the Sears, Roebuck, 77 different stores, and people did come. The Segerstrom Performing Arts Center is stellar. World class. Here's a world class sprint right here. Job well done. Maria Benson picking up the 50. Weird, right? Fields, empty fields. Empty. And it was like strawberry fields and lima beans across the street. It was like a little outpost there for kind of a while. Just one strip. And of course now it's all pretty. It's amazing. I was talking to Saxophone Steve on the motorcycle. He's the official, plays the sax. He was talking about 1967 coming out to the mall. That was the summer of love. There was not much going on outside of the mall, which was built over, like I said, lima beans, strawberry fields, and filbert nuts. In 1986, the Orange County Performing Arts Center opened up across from South Coast Plaza. That land was donated by Mr. Segerstrom and his family. The main theater there at the hall is called the Segerstrom Hall. And in '06, the Renee and Henry Segerstrom Concert Hall debuted at the Orange County Performing Arts Center. And she is truly magnificent. A world-class hall. I saw Pink Martini play there last week. It was off the rails. Courtney Sullivan now with a rider, around about a 8-second time gap. Action hotting up. Back to the kind of the fun facts of Costa Mesa. I will say, as an avid cyclist and proud Costa Mesa resident and business owner, I want to express my gratitude for the folks who have strived to reshape the city's corridors and make them safer for non-motorists. Just to name a few, Evan Teskey from Labor Power doing what he can do to make Costa Mesa safe. So to pick up Preems, you will go to registration. Evan Teskey's got a 50. Good to see Teskey out here racing. Teskey used to call him, I used to be the guy that was working on a flyer move for about 10 years. He called me a lawn dart. He said, you're the guy that just goes out there, kills herself just to be laughed at, to be mocked by the field sprinters. But in reality, if you do a solo move like that, you're setting up your sprinters. You're making it easier on them, even if you fail. It's pass-fail. But I'd like to go for the 10% chance or 5% chance, 2% chance. It started paying off later on, but it took many years. Those two riders working together, bookends. Jahan Muhammad, age 11.
I need to know, is this the field right here? Because I'm going to ring the bell.
$50 Preem cash. $50 Preem cash. $50 Preem cash. With 6 laps to go. $50 cash Preem with 6 to go. 2 riders up the road.
Yeah, I'm going to put him somewhere safe. That box. Right, see that cardboard box? Anywhere in there. Yeah. Boom. How many are you going today? 2. Yeah. Good luck to you, buddy. Congratulations on that win. That was awesome. George Costa. Oh, okay. It's a Seinfeld. Okay, I looked up. It was a different George Seinfeld. He did a whole fucking thing. He's the actor. His character's name's George Costanza. Okay. So you didn't watch Seinfeld. He goes, shrinkage. He goes, I was in the water. Because in your comment, there was a team name that you said. Tony? Yeah, no. I think I've seen that meme. Yeah, it's from Seinfeld. It's a whole episode about shrinkage. It's pretty funny.
Good to see Ronnie Toth in the house, coming off a win at CBR. I think it was a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week. Ronnie picking the pocket of Rigo Mesa from Stage 2 Cyclery. That was a titillating finish there, Mr. Ronnie Toth. Congratulations. Ronnie had a bit of a hiatus, and he's coming back. It's a long campaign to find those legs again. Often it takes 3-4 years if you're completely off the bike to get those fast twitch muscles firing again. All right, this is for the $50. Job well done picking up the $50, Courtney Sullivan. Two riders up the road. They have one stretch with 5 laps remaining. 5 to go. Five laps remaining. Forecasters had around about a 25% chance of rain earlier in the week, and now it looks like the skies are cooperating with us. Actually, a brilliant day. Scattered clouds, blue skies, the birds are chirping, the azaleas are blooming. Hello, friends. Welcome to March Madness. Filling out my brackets for this race. I have Courtney Sullivan surviving in that break and taking the win. But who knows? She is all alone right now. If you set a wager up, if the over-under's 50-50, do you pick Courtney Sullivan as she comes flashing through, or do you pick the pack? With 4 laps to go, Ellen Strickland all alone, battling for that second place position. And here comes the hungry chase. They are frothy with 4 to go, strung out. And that effort of chase is not very appealing to Ellen Strickland as she looks over her shoulder. Sullivan alone at the front, followed by Ellen Strickland. And welcome back to the second edition of the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Criterium, brought to you by Majestic Cycling and the Taylor Clifford Project. 4 laps to go.
Two off the front. 2 solo. Yeah.
So Sullivan in the lead with about 15 seconds on first chase, wheel number 2, Ellen Strickland.
Here comes Sullivan right now.
And here comes Courtney Sullivan riding on wings with 3 to go. So Courtney Sullivan with a full stretch of road. Unless abducted by aliens, I think she's going to win. Three to go.
Right, she's got, what, 20 seconds? I'll just lower it. Okay, let me know. Hang on. What if I just turn it down? By the way, okay, I want to ask you about preems in a second. Yeah, it's 50 for all races? Times 2? Yeah. All races. I thought so. Just want to make sure I'm not get. Okay. Exactly. That happened with Jeff once. You know, that guy.
All right, our 5560, please report to the podium. Top 3 in the 60 plus, taking third, racing for BBI, Craig Miller. And in second place, Mr. Evan Teskey. Top step from Newport Beach, California, riding for Creative Blue, Alan Flores.
It says 3. I don't feel good about that. Is it 3 or 2? I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna wait. Confusion. It's either 3 or 2. I'll tell you when I know. I'm not confident. There's confusion.
All right, with 2 laps to go, this is your leader out on course. Let's give it up for Courtney Sullivan with 2 to go. And in the 55 plus, please report to the podium. Taking the bronze, Robert Frank with Corridor Recycling. And in second place, the man in purple, riding for Go Fast, Patrick Caro. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 laps to go. And in double nickels, an emotional win back-to-back. He won here last year, and he wins again in memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. Big Daddy Bart Clifford, top step today in the 55 plus. Because the star that burns twice as fast shines twice as bright. All right, to clarify, Ellen Strickland, she was riding in second, wheel number 2, alone in no woman's land, and she was captured by that chase. So the concern with that single file chase was real. You kind of hope if you're out there alone that the chase goes off, that the Peloton goes a little sideways, but they were on a rail, so Strickland now absorbed Peloton, the main chase, sprinting for second. So this is 2 to go. Chase number 1 with 2 laps remaining. 2 to go. Your leader out on road right now with 1 lap. With 1 lap to go. Courtney Sullivan with Encycle Mommies. Great to be back in my hometown. Costa Mesa shines bright today. We are going to be racing all day long. Highly anticipated fields coming up with 1 lap remaining. And on the menu after this race, we have the 30 plus 1, 2, and 3. Had a good, a brief chat with Ronnie Toth, who won recently at CBR. Man, that was a dramatic win. Came down to a photo finish with Ronnie Toth taking it, just by the width of credit card. Rigo Mesa with 2 arms in salutation. We like Rigo, but he's not going to ever forget that race at CBR with Ronnie Toth on the inside, throwing the bike, taking the win. So what happens when you take a win like that? You enter your next race with confidence and bravado. So watch out for Ronnie Toth today. Again, when you have a hiatus, often it takes 3 to 4 years, really, to get back on that top step. And our top 3, the 55-60, please report to the podium. All right, let's give it up for this young lady, Courtney Sullivan, with Encycle Mommies, making ribbons of the field today. And this is for second place. No, my bad. 1 to go. Appreciate the spectators helping out the announcer. That was good. Right? It's like a Denver omelet. We've got riders on scramble right now all over the course. It's 30 plus. I can see these riders queuing up right now in the paddock. This is the big windup for second place. Finishing strong, Eric Chen. All right. Our top 3 today, it looks like we're starting to congregate over there by Podium Plaza. Let's give it up for this 11-year-old cranking it out with very good form. Job well done, Jahan Muhammad. She's going to finish, I do believe. Our top 3, 55 plus. Robert Frank taking 3rd. And in second today, Patrick Caro with Go Fast. Taking the emotional win with drama, Bart Clifford, good drama, because what are we doing today? We're celebrating the life of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. Frank Caro Clifford. A beautiful podium indeed. Bart Clifford, a man who wears his heart on his sleeves, but the dude is tough as a Naugahyde steak. Great to have the family out here in support. Bring it home.
We have an 11-year-old out there, I think. She's done. They're done. Oh, we pulled her?
We might have riders out on course. The officials are sussing it out. Pretty cool. We had an 11-year-old. I believe she finished. All right, ladies. +30 to the line. Great job, Courtney Sullivan and the entire Encycle Mommies for setting that up. So we are moments away of sending off our 30+ masters. We'll be riding for 50 hot minutes. Shortly going to hand the mic over to Chief Official Stevie B for your final instruction. Fasten your safety belts. All personal items in the overhead bin. Trays, seats in the upright position.
Racers, 30+, 1 through 3. You'll be racing for 50 minutes, 50 minutes. Lap cards will show 7 to go. Free laps end at 5 to go. On the day.net for the results. Wheel pit off to the right side. Any questions? All right, riders, ready? Judges, ready. On my whistle.
All right, we are off and underway. Riding for 50 hot minutes here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix in memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. There's our 11-year-old right there, looking good. Stay on it.
These racers are going to be coursing by a Tesla center on the back stretch. But remember, we have Audi Fletcher Jones vehicles sponsoring this race. They've got electric and hybrid, and they are all available at the new Audi Fletcher Jones showroom. Far superior and more reasonably priced than the guys on the back stretch. All right, forget about the nasal-gazing, pinwheel-eyed Elon Musk. Head over to Audi Fletcher Jones on Bristol Street and ask for the Paul Abrams, former race director of Elevate KHS and Cash Call. That's Mr. Paul Abrams. He's got the premium leads, and he will save you money. Audi Fletcher Jones. Speaking of money, let's spice it up with a $50 cash preem. $50 cash preem. $50 cash preem. This is for $50, brought to you by the Taylor Clifford Project. Love to have Bart come by at some point just to say hello. If you want to hang out, it's up to you, brother. So let's see, Dalton Thornsberry, he found himself ejected from the Peloton, stomping on the pedals. He heard that $50. Now he's going to rethink what his mission is. I don't think he's trying to develop a breakaway right now. He's trying to get 50. My man lives in San Diego. I think he's a 619er or 805. I could be wrong on that, but, you know, petrol's not free. I'm thinking hybrid. I want to go hybrid. I'm going to go Audi, save up my coin, my crit coin, if you will, and go hybrid. Hybrid vehicles. Audi Fletcher Jones. City of Costa Mesa population is 112,000 right now. Back in 1960, we had 37,000 here, and it doubled to 74,000 in 1970. 2 words, my friends, lima beans. The lima beans, a cash crop. Current population of Costa Mesa, 112,000. 35 miles south of LA and 90 miles north of San Diego. 5 miles from the sugar sands of the Pacific Ocean. Look at this. Riders spraying across the Costa Mesa Grand Prix course with style. Job well done. Rider 329, we're going to get a start list. Look, all results on the day.net. Looks like that rider had, if I'm not mistaken, had his stars and stripes on the cuffs. We'll get you that information as soon as it becomes available.
I love it. I'm in. It's called 360? Something like that.
Hey, this is kind of cool. I think it's like an Instagram thing, but no charge if you want to have fun with photography. There's a 360-degree cam. It's about, we'll call it 40, 50 meters from start finish. And go over there and ask about, say, you want your photograph taken on a 360-degree camera. Patrick Carroll is over there right now after getting his flowers from the podium. So I am certainly intrigued. The 360 cam, no charge. Have some fun with the hashtag Costa Mesa Grand Prix, brought to you by
Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial and the Taylor Clifford Project, and by Majestic Cycling. Hashtag keep Mesa cool. I mean, Costa Mesa's got companies like Hurley, Ravka, Vans, Volcom. They're all headquartered here. So get your kicks on Route 55 to the 405. Come on down to Costa Mesa. Got a rider all going solo right now. And that field definitely not here to pick strawberries. They are on a rail. You know, another cool company out of Costa Mesa, Wahoo's Fish Tacos. We had a race back here in the 80s, and I was with Boston Cycle and OCC. We were the sponsor of that race. Wahoo's Fish Tacos, they were also a title sponsor, and they were founded in 1988 by the Chinese-Brazilian brothers Eduardo Mingo Lee and Wing Lam. The original location of Wahoo's Tacos, still there today on Placentia, serving up the piping hot vertical fish tacos on the west side, baby. I think we're going to be serving up tacos, if not already, very soon, by Victor's Tacos. Victor's Tacos is in the house with the most delicious tacos and burritos. Other shiny jewels of Costa Mesa include the South Coast Plaza, Seagerson's Art Center, John Wayne Airport, and the Soco Design Center, which is, well, it abuts up against turns number 1 and 2 today, where you'll find dozens of restaurants, coffee shops, juice bars, oyster bars, record shops, vintage alcoves, and high-end home design centers at SoCo and the OC Mix. Stage 2 cyclery at the front. Here in my hometown, Costa Mesa, we also feature the Orange County Fairgrounds and the Pacific Amphitheater. And the aforementioned Orange Coast Community College, OCC. Go Pirates. OCC actually had won a national championship in baseball right here at OCC. And let's not forget, we have hosted 2 NFL teams here in Costa Mesa. They had their training facilities, talking about the LA Rams and the Chargers, also known as the Chargers, now the Los Angeles Chargers. Kind of a big deal to have 2 teams practice in Costa Mesa. LA Rams just evidently signed Matthew Stafford, which I was hoping they were going to trade. As a 49er fan, I'm not really thrilled to face Stafford twice every year. Dude is a bit of a magician. I stand with Ernie Sanchez. We are both part of the 49er nation, win or lose.
I landed in Costa Mesa in 1990, and I can emphatically state that Costa Mesa, its citizens, its city officials alike, they're all about encouraging community outreach and engagement and bike safety. We got a rider, a Titan rider, all alone, stomping on the pedals. So looking at the pictures at lacrits.com, you can see the flags definitely starting to dance. This picture is looking due north through start finish. And you can really see every tight corner, every tight squeeze and fast finish captured on lacrits.com in Technicolor. This is a trapezoid-shaped course. It's a 1 mile lap. The longest stretch is the stretch by OC Mix, which is on the west side. That's around about 500 meters. And on pictures between turns 3 and 4, that's your tailwind section. And here we are entering the final turn, turn number 4, our 30 plus driving it. Strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam on a wire. 30 plus flashing through the start finish. Riders heading south and then taking turn number 4, which typically will deliver a block headwind, and that is building throughout the day. Wind is critical. It's a critical factor. When it hits you, it can be like a wet newspaper to the face. Doing the math, if they're traveling average wicked fast, let's say 30 miles per for a full lap, that will calculate out to a 2-minute lap. I'm pretty stoked and confident we will hit that 2-minute barrier today for sure, most likely in this race. I do see in the field Robert Frank with Corridor, who got a top 3 in the Masters 55 plus. He is out there battling. Robert Frank.
Andrew Bosco also in the house. And this is a huge college effort right there. Clay Schaefer with All Prime Cycling making a move. There goes Schaefer. On LACrits.com, dialing in 8 cameras as Ray Mars is toggling through the cameras right now. Working on strategy to capture the entire Peloton. Today is March 2nd, 2025, a very significant day for the Clifford family. An emotional day for the Clifford family. In dear sweet memory of Taylor Clifford, we lost her 20 years ago today. And we are all about outreach and celebration of life. Because there's certainly unity in the cycling community. And here comes our field, Grupo Compacto, big orange rider stomping on the pedals on that rail. Roberto Betancourt at the front. And if you're in earshot, our women 45, 35, please report to the podium. Talking about Lonnie Woods with KRT, QRT, Queens Racing Team. Jessica Garner with InCycle. And Maria Benson, also with InCycle. As well as Sandy Smith. And riding for A Faster Me, Audrey Williams. And the rider that put on quite a solo show, Han Solo, Courtney Sullivan.
Oh, it's getting muy spicy, like picante hot sauce right now. Riders spraying up the front. That was Jose Mata. Mata on the move. And he is eliciting all kinds of response. 3 riders now separated from the main peloton. If they can congeal, that could be a very, very good mix. Wow, Brandon York is rolling right now, drilling it at the front, pinning it. They're absolutely single file, nothing bunchy about that group whatsoever. That's a hell of a wind-up. Patrick English in there battling with Hit Squad, picking up the $50 earlier. Our leader's coming through. That's Rob Angle, looking very good. Rob Angle, Orange County man, showing his wares at the front. This is chaos right now out on course. Good chaos.
Hey, $50 cash preem for the next lap. How about that? $50 cash preem. There goes Rob Angle, wheel number 2. Who wants the $50? Talking about $50 on the line. Compliments of Taylor Clifford Project. All right, winding it up for the $50. Who's going to be, it looks like Angle is wheel number 2. Rob Angle, will he come out and pop out? It looks like on the inside, Patrick English picking up the $50. Once again going back-to-back jack. Seven laps to go, 7 laps to go out on course. The Tete de la Course, 3 riders, including Rob Angle and Patrick English. Well, can you believe it? We're in March, so I'm talking March Madness on March 2nd, a significant day in the Clifford family. But I'm thinking about getting my brackets ready, right? I got Pat English in the Final Four, but there's a lot of rows to be hoed. That break is tenuous at best, but I certainly like Pat English, his top end, looking very dangerous today. Get some volunteers to the stage, please. Six laps to go. 3 has become 4. This is when the nitty gets gritty with 5 to go. Ronnie Toth at the front. The wind starting to batter, starting to swirl. Oh boy, Dorothy, we are not in Kansas anymore. Remember last year here in March, had a windy afternoon there, and I think we're looking forward to more of the same. That race is going to be full tilt. We are full tilt out on course right now. It was last year we saw Luke Fetzer, the young lion of Laguna, leading out the Pro Men 1-2 race, and it was hot. Dante Young coming off that wheel by Fetzer, who Fetzer just released him at the perfect time and space at turn number 4 with a massive windup by Dante Young with the Miami Blazers taking it by a photo finish. Scott Redding picking up second that day. Scott Redding, the flying British man. He is a cheeky rider himself, and he knows when things get a bit grippy, he can roll. The guy is a Supercross Supermoto winner. He was winning Supermoto motorcycle races at age 15. Third place that day, Aiden Popel with iSpeed. Aiden Popel, another extremely cagey rider. Those three came in on photo. Oh, this is a beautiful sight right now. Look at them dig. These 4 riders working together. They are totally organized. There goes Robbie Engel with 5 laps remaining. Cuatro Cinco, 4 up the road, 5 laps to go. Pandemonium here in Costa Mesa. We love it. Once again on display, unity in the cycling community. Appreciate you guys volunteering like that. This is a cool sight to see as we raise the flag, battling the winds. It's all about being cool under pressure. Got to be like Rasan Bahati, antifreeze coursing through his veins. You got to be like Rasan Bahati, cooler than the other side of the pillow. I love it. Bahati sporting the Texas Roadhouse kit today, looking very splashy indeed. Looking forward to being joined by Mr. Bahati later on this afternoon, the consummate professional. Bahati, a visionary with remarkable achievements both on and off the race circuit. And it's pretty cool to have Bahati's podcast relaunched last Thursday. Hashtag Fear the Fro, Hug the Bro. My man Bahati brimming with stories, pearls from the inside of the professional circuit, nuggets of information that he shares most generously. We forgot about Bahati. The man, year 2000, I think it was 2000 or 2001. We'll get a clarification. We're going to get back to the action on the course here. Bahati wins a triple crown. More on that later as a teenager. 4 laps to go with 4 riders. Repeat. With 4 laps remaining.
leave this one low.
All right, Rob Engel in that move of 4. Solomon Cantwell with Titan Racing also in the move. Brandon York. Brandon York is one bad mofo, top 10 at Nationals last year. And Patrick English, who's got $100 richer already. Win, lose, or draw. The man's got a full biscuit, and you got to risk it if you want the biscuit. Can these guys hang on? As the rider's coursing through the backstretch right now, you can see it's getting serpentine out on course. You can measure the energy with the whiplash effect of the main peloton. Looks like we are gobble gobble Grupo Compacto. Grupo Compacto with 2 laps remaining. The 4 has been gobbled, fried, dyed, and laid to the side, and bam! There goes Brandon York, somehow sussing up some calories after being captured to go double time on attack. The man York just counterattacked himself. So that stretch between turn number 1 and 2, kind of the most difficult, the most arduous of stretches. You're battling a headwind, which I believe is going to be cross left shoulder, and there is a slight grade on that stretch of road. LACrits.com has full staff battening down the hatches. We've got some cameras that have cut in and cut out because of the wind. As we get down inside the final kilometers. You know, with 5K to go, you've got to embrace the pain. With 4 kilometers to go, you've got to block the pain. And with 1 kilometer to go, you got to be like Holly Breck. You got to embrace the pain, conquer the pain. And ride through the pain as they approach the final with 2 to go. Let me clarify, 2 laps remaining. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 laps remaining. 2 laps to go. Grupo Compacto. Great to see Holly Brack. She's awesome. She's racing for Legion this year, which is exciting. And Kendall Ryan is stoked, trust me. And coming from the DNA program that shut down, I call it a lateral move. Legion certainly are very, very, well, the #1 criterium team in all of the U.S., whereas her prior team, they were a GC team, winning at Redlands and beyond, international flavor. An interesting transition, but Legion certainly very fortunate to pick up Holly Breck. And we always root for Holly as well because she's a Santa Barbara girl / Los Angeles County girl. She'll be racing later on this afternoon. Our women pro elite going off at 1:50 p.m. on the schedule. And our pro elite men, 2:45 in the p.m. Women and men, equal gender. The winner takes $1,500. $1,500 for the winner of each of those races. Meanwhile, back to the course. Out on action right now, hotting it up in the final 1.5. 30 plus. Full tilt boogie. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the birds are chirping. It's a beautiful day. The azaleas are blooming with 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go. 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 lap to go. The clouds have parted. The asphalt gods blessing this course. There was a percentage forecast of rain, not happening. Blue skies. Thank you for supporting the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Riders on the back stretch, it's getting murky and a bit grippy out there. Once again, a 1 mile course as they battle for space and time. We have drone pictures on lacrits.com. We are live broadcasting here in Costa Mesa, California as our 30 plus approaching Mach 1 speed, batten down the hatches. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the win. We are Grupo Compacto coursing through the tree-lined streets of Costa Mesa, California. Riders surfing the wheels, maintaining poise under noise. And the final corner, here we go at 200 meters. We got riders all over the course, left and right, full gas, full tilt. He has done it. He has done it indeed. Our man, Matt Easter. Hit Squad showing you how to hit him hard with 1 to go. Easter showing tremendous legs this year. Job well done, Easter, sprinting for gold. Matt Easter, no doubt about it. That kid has more kick than a Brazilian soccer team, and he is firing on all cylinders this year. His stock is definitely on the rise. At least his second win of early season 2025. Matthew Easter, Hit Squad, bringing home the bacon because the journey is the juice.
Let me know when I can call him up. We got time?
40 plus scheduled at 11 a.m. Nice to see our current state champion, two-time national champion, Sharon Smith, in the paddock getting ready. Sharon Smith and his new kit looking very splashy. Sharon Smith, a powerful voice in domestic bicycle racing. Catch his brand on the gram. Because you know, hey, it's video time. Don't. Riders, take a lap. Dial in the course. Dial in the course. Y'all looking good. Jaden is here as well. We got reinforcements from Wisconsin. This is going to be a barn burner. Sharon Smith from the LBC, multi-U.S. national champ with too many wins, including multi-stage wins at Tour de Murrieta. We'll see you April 5 and 6. Hey, Lance Coburn, what is shaking? Bring home that bacon. Jimmy Robbins in the house as well, all the way. Sharon Smith, also a multi-champ in the criterium discipline. He's won at the Gateway Cup, multi-champ at Barry Wolf and Roger Milliken. Multi-champ, America Dairyland, multi-champ, Manhattan Beach Grand Prix, etc., etc. He won at Salt Lake City. He won at the Tour Lafayette. He won at the Dana Point Grand Prix presented by Worthy Brewing Company, Intelligentsia, Ladera Ranch, 805 Thousand Oaks, multi-champ at San Dimas, Sea Otter, Santa Barbara, Mothballs, etc., etc.
We'll have them continue soft pedal until we get all these down. All right, it may take 5 minutes or so.
All right, riders, if you want to dial it in, we still have a little bit more time. We've got to do some furniture rearrangement with some of the wind gusts that kind of moved some of these barriers, so we want to make sure that it's ultimately safe for our riders. Because without the riders, we do not have a bike race, period. I can't leave it out. Sharon Smith, also myriad wins at Eldo Park. He's now the founder, part owner of Eldo Park, along with his partners. I think Ken Vincent's on that program and Mr. Bahati. Sharon's trying to lay low right now, but he's looking too splashy in that cool kit, that white kit. Really cool. This is going to be ferocious.
7 to go. Free laps end at 5 to go. The wheel pit, it was over here. You can see now where the banner used to be. Medical, if you need it, the over registration. Any questions? On the day.net for the results. Riders on my whistle. Just ready? Riders ready.
Hey now, here we go. You're racing for 50 minutes. 50 to go. There will be a couple of 50 on cash preem as well. Free lap, free lap, free lap. Let's be fair. Free laps, free lap, free lap. Hang. You guys, free lap, free lap. Free lap. Free lap. You're good, you're good, you're good. I love it. That was a very quick decision. You guys come on up, click out. Max, you're good. Come on up and click out. You're fine. Hernandez, just start. You're good. Free lap, free lap. Stop. All right, we got it sorted. You're all right. Come on in. You're good. Free lap. Free lap. You're racing. Tip of the hat to the officials making the right call. Miracle Max Hernandez might have had some words with the bloviating announcer had we not cleared that up. So I am gracious. For all you conspiracy theorists, that was not planned to get my friend a free lap. Worked out that way. So the former consummate professional Rasan Bahati, number 157, racing in the Texas Roadhouse splashy electric orange tangerine kit. One rider now off the front as they make that final corner with the hungry, frothy Peloton in chase. These riders integrating on a free lap. Here we go. All good. We are all together. One Peloton, proud. The Taylor Clifford project feeling immensely prideful in the turnout today. A beautiful day indeed, a celebration of life.
That was the best call. That was a great call. If I can, just gotta say that was a great call. You're thinking on your feet there. Yeah, that's your job. But thank you. Because I would have filled in some of the grief, me personally. Yeah. I told Max, don't worry about it. I said, go. Yeah. Well, so thank you. I said, hey, thank you. You guys are on. I'll set you out early. If they're really hot, yeah, we'll wait another lap. Good, awesome. You know, that was perfect. They were okay with it. And they all got in just fine. Perfect.
Yeah, well integrated back into the field. This is a beautiful day, a colorific day, a beatific day, splendiferous day here in Costa Mesa, California. Doesn't get any better than this. There you see our riders out on picture, two riders with about a 5-second time gap. And looking a little bit blocky on that Peloton. It's so wide you can see bugs on the bumper. It's like they're going too slow, man. Bugs on a bumper, halfway to Barstow. By the time you get to Barstow, you're more than halfway to hell. So we're going to ring the bell for a $50 cash preem brought to you by the Taylor Clifford Project. $50 cash preem. 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 50 compliments of the Taylor Clifford Project. Ha!
You know what they say in Barstow, you can see it from there.
Shining Star, what beautiful song by Earth, Wind, and Fire. Because the star that burns twice as fast shines twice as bright. I'm David Worthington. A pleasure to be here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix in memoriam of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. We sadly lost Taylor 20 years ago today. But it's definitely not a morose day because we are here to celebrate life. Race timer extraordinaire just handed me the top 3 finishers in the 30 plus, and that was an absolute battle royale. Taking third place, Ronnie Toth, Captain Tuxedo in bronze. Job well done, thriving on. Ronnie Toth taking third. In second place, riding for stage 2 cyclery out of Murrieta, California, a brilliant sprint by Juan Cisneros, and winning that race with exuberance and exaltation, Matt Easter, riding for Hit Squad Racing. Giant effort right there by Lee Bumgarner with methods to winning. Bumgarner on the move. Bumgarner taking the $50 cash preem. Compliments of the Taylor Clifford Project. Lee Bumgarner punching tickets right now after winning $50 cash premium. Bumgarner still rolling the big sausage. Methods to winning, monitoring the front.
So Ray, I got a black screen now. Okay. All right. You have it too.
Excuse us for the picture breakup. We are sussing it out. Ray Mars is on the cable. Had some winds knock over some cameras out there out on course. We will recover the picture shortly. Meanwhile, out on action right now, the 40 plus absolutely on a rail. I'm pretty sure we broke that 2-minute barrier, which is around about 30 miles an hour. It has been tenuous. You can start to see the faces of pain already on the back. We've got attrition in this field already. And look at that sea of methods to winning at the front right now, keeping the pressure on peppering the field like a steak. 3 riders, and then Carroll in the purple, wheel number 4 within cycle. Right now, methods to winning, controlling this race. A beautiful day indeed here in Costa Mesa, California, in the heart of Orange County. Very accessible town and city off the 405, not too far from the Orange Crush, where the 22 meets the 91, meets the 55, the 405, and the 5. And if you got to get out to New York City, we got John Wayne Airport. You can get to Hawaii if you head west. We're about 5 miles from the coast right now. At this rate, with the tailwind, these riders could be dipping their toes and waxing their boards inside of 10 minutes on the Santa Ana Bike Trail, which starts 1 block behind us. Well, actually, it starts in Corona, goes all the way to the Pacific Ocean, and what a giant effort. That's Kateris right there. Norwegian Wood, the Viking, is loose. There goes Espen Kateris. Espen Kateris riding for Fitter with a 10-second time gap right now. That's going to put a little bit more load and pressure on methods to winning. You got the heavy hitter squad. Sometimes you're not incentivized by chasing once a certain power team gets to the front. I also think they're pretty shrewd. They're pretty smart. They're going to let Kateris probably dangle out there, sort of hovering. The toothpaste is out of the tube. Genie is out of the bottle. Sharon Smith is pretty good at calculating these distances and time. But just the same, Kateris, he's going to try to dig down to bedrock just to sustain that time gap. Maybe we'll throw out a $50 preem next lap. Spice it up a little bit. What say you? All right. Love in Costa Mesa, shining so bright right now. It is ideal conditions. It's neither hot nor cold. It's, what do you say, Goldilocks temperature. The atmospherics are marvelous, and we are all about community outreach and engagement right here as we recognize Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. $50 preem, Espen, if you can hang. $50 cash preem. A $50 cash preem brought to you by the Taylor Clifford Project. $50 cash preem, 15 seconds up the road, $50 on the line. Yeah, 15 seconds. Not that golden Worthington margin of 20. 20 is to me is the threshold block of time that makes you feel at least safe. Anything under 20 seconds, in my humble opinion, is temporary. But the $50 cash, he can survive that. Even if it comes down to a field sprint, he wins by throw. That $50 goes into his pockets. It's all about a race inside of a race. The idea of giving away cash merchandise on a preem hot lap. In fact, you don't have to finish the race. If you score preems, you're not required to finish the race. Those cash and prizes are in the pocket. We got a DJ on the infield mixing it up. RJ, my man. Hearing some James Brown from downtown. Ha! Feel good. So once again, apologize for the picture breakup. We will sort it out on lacrits.com. And here we go. Kateris is in the lead right now, but he's got a Methodist rider coming up strong on his heels as he hears the bark, the bite, and it looks like Methods to winning coming over the top right at the line. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Heartbreaker for Kateris. James Wright. We've got James Wright picking up the $50 cash, just picking the pocket of Espen Kateris. Not sure if you hear it on the feed, but I hear it live. Costa by the Ohio Players. I am privileged and honored to answer that trivia question you hear at the bar. So who's your first live band you ever watched in concert? David Worthington, Ohio Players. It was Astro World back in around about, I'm aging myself, I think it was around about 1980, maybe 79. Ohio Players, man. It was up in smoke. I was a teenager, and I was listening to Ohio Players, and I was liking what I was listening to. They're a funk band out of Ohio, and their album covers are always pretty spicy as well. I have Fire on my playlist, but out of respect of the Fires lately, I kind of took it off. Two riders now showing that roller coaster of love, hitting it hard. Wright is joined by another rider. That's Scott McLean. He's won here before. McLean in the mix. And he's joined by Leo Reyes in the Methods to Winning splashy red kit. McLean, Reyes, both breakaway specialists. Rasan Bahati surfing wheels right about mid-pack. Bahati has the ability to carve out these corners like a holiday turkey. He can get up, he can come up through 100 riders. I've seen it before. For example, at the Dana Point Grand Prix. He could come through that whole entire Peloton in about, I don't know, a lap and a half. He has the ability to gain 20, 30 riders on every corner. And he has the calculus. He's always running the numbers internally. Good to see Paul Chia out there battling out on course as well. And another man with very sharp legs right now coming out swinging early season. Talking about Eric Anderson. Anderson winning at Hughes Park recently. I believe he took a top spot at CBR. As the wind starts to hot up these three riders, Titan rider also in there battling. And look at the faces of pain as they come flying through, peppering the Peloton like a steak. The Peloton is creating its own energy, whiplashing through, smashing molecules at 30 miles an hour. So a big factor we talked about earlier, it's only building, and then we're talking about the wind direction and the wind volume and velocity and tenacity. It looks like turn numbers 1 and 2, that is your block headwind. So you'll see on lacrits.com, that is the most arduous of stretches. So that means the finish approach is red hot. You got a tailwind between turns number 3 and 4. They emerge in your view here at turn number 4. 4 corners, 1 mile. That stretch of headwind, the longest stretch of the 4 turns. We are looking at a trapezoid. That half is longer than the top half. Bottom half, around about 500 meters of headwind blast. Backstretch, more like 300 meters. The sprint, about 200 meters. With 7 laps to go. 7 laps to go. Katerra's trying to get on. Methods to winning, patrolling the front with 7 laps remaining. And a beautiful sight. Our pictures are lit again. Thank you to Ray Mars. The Mariachi Band is here. Directed and produced by Ray Mars in Technicolor. An idyllic view right there. The pictures are beautiful on lacrits.com. You can see there is a slight grade on turns on that stretch between 1 and 2, which adds injury to insult. You've got the headwind, and you've got a slight grade, a gentle grade. Nonetheless, it will wear down on the sugar in the legs, or suddenly you're dropping that sugar in a hot pot of water, and you do get something called dissolution of energy. It is pressing. And you know what they say about pressure? It bursts pipes. It takes a chunk of charcoal and converts it to a diamond. And a diamond shines bright today in memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. And as you see the Peloton coursing through, Titans at the front. He's going to do a flick of the wrist, take this corner. Sometimes it's better to take the corner, your line, your apex. So that Titan rider comes through on turn number 4, swings out, and here comes the move on the inside, a counter punch, if you will. Methods to winning, hotting it up. Eric Anderson willing to give it a go as Jaden Yeager, a multinational champion, comes to the front. This is where Yeager shines. He can throw it in that diesel engine. He can average 32 miles an hour for lap after lap. Steve Brown also helping out at the front. Matt Easter having won an earlier race in the field with Hit Squad. Another very capable rider, Adam Mills, also mixing it up with Titan. Titan Racing, also one of their superstars who won last year. Talking about Philip Tinsman. He's out of town, but he is on that Titan program. They also have Randall Coxworth juggling the BWR assignment right now in Arizona. Great to see Mills out there. He looks super fit. Remember Scott McLean winning here last year, also in the field. Dennis Grobzilla, he has also been taking laps at the front early on, shepherding Mr. Sharon Smith. Bahati doing his dance of caginess, ready to pounce. We saw Lee Bumgarner also grab some cash earlier. Steven Salazar, another player that can help with the setup. Super Domos on that team, methods to winning. A good team has riders willing to fall on their sword. Here comes our top 2 riders right now coming through with 5 laps to go. 5 laps remaining. 5 to go. Looks like Garbo's on the go in that splashy purple kit. 5, 5 to go. 4, 4 riders up the road. 5, that's what you get if you try to swim with weights on your ankles. What once felt easy feels queasy with 5 laps to go. It's all about the 4 P's. I put the P's together: passion, positivity, preparation, and perseverance. It's all about teamwork and sweat equity. Because talent can get you to the top, but only character and integrity can keep you there. Coach Wooden, we hear you, man. Back on the pictures, you can see the riders exiting turn 1 and then approaching turn 2. There they go there, entering turn number 2. Then they course north on that 2 to 3 section. So they're getting a crosswind, not laminar flow. So it'll be on your left shoulder, the protected side on the right on that stretch. So 2 heavy-hitting teams representing those 2 riders, Noah Slack with Titan and the aforementioned Eric Anderson. Here comes Anderson right now with Noah Slack, rolling the big sausage with 4 laps to go. Slack, Anderson. Man, they got maybe 20 seconds. They might have the Worthington 20. We're going to monitor that time advantage. +20. With 4 laps to go, 4 to go. 25-second time gap. Anderson and Noah Slack up the road. Noah's Ark, we've got 2 in the boat, and they're rowing together. Slack and Anderson. If you're working on your March Madness brackets, I got Anderson. Man's got good legs, having won already a couple races early season, including Hughes Park, that major motion successful race, which was a huge turnout. Methods to winning, sweeping 1-2 with Anderson and Sharon Smith at Hughes, KRT, QRT. So cool to be out here in Costa Mesa as these riders approaching turn number 2. Threading the needle. 2 riders have left 2, and they're approaching turn number 3. Beautiful course, tree-lined course. You'll see on the drones, a lot of the course is shaded. And just so very cool to be here in Costa Mesa. You know, we get it. There's a life that sometimes feels like you're in a bubble. Emails, Zoom calls, clients, deadlines. We all feel stuck in the mud at times, but not while embracing the great outdoors. Right here, right now, 2 riders approaching start-finish with 3 to go. 3 to go. Slack, Anderson, 25 seconds. Roberta Slack killing them softly with the kiss. The Peloton losing some of that verve, finding that 1 and 2 at monitoring right now. Our 2 riders have left turn number 1. Here comes the chase with 3 laps to go. 3 to go. Anderson, Slack, roughly 25 seconds. Saxophone Steve giving me a time update. 30 seconds. That's a heck of a time advantage. Well over the 20-second Worthington threshold. I'm not going to say it's done and dusted, but it's getting pretty close because Anderson, a very capable rider, he can dose. He can up that throttle just a fraction. I'm sorry, I don't like to be the predictor, but I like Anderson. I like him a lot. We'll see. Now we got Sharon Smith floating to the front. What could be a sprint for 3rd place out online. Vegas odds. Do you place your crit coin on the break or do you pick the pack? I got crit coin on Anderson. Noah still at the front. I mean, we play softball sometimes, right? You've seen that underhand thing, and you've seen somebody go yard. This could be a setup for what I'm thinking could be a Babe Ruth slugger about to go yard. Anderson looking pretty good. Always an unknown, though. It is not done until you sign on the line, which is dotted. As these two riders duke it out, going to be looking at 2 laps to go. 2 to go, 30-second time gap. Dos gatos, 2 in a house, 2 cats up the road. Cast your vote. Cast your vote now. It's now crumbled down to 25 seconds. The Jenga blocks are starting to crumble like a bag of marbles down the Grand Canyon. 2 to go. 2 to go. 25 seconds on the time advantage. That gap is shrinking just a fraction. Shrinking almost like a cheap suit. Like an Angora sweater in the dryer for Fitty. It's shrinking, but not George Costanza shrinkage in the hot tub. I still like this break. My crit coin is definitely on these 2-man riders. Look, I'm looking at pictures right now. We have methods to winning at the front. We have Sharon Smith, wheel number 4. Wheel number 5 is a veritable goat, Rasan Bahati, on Sharon Smith as they do the gutter ball, just a fraction. Bahati taking that tucked position. He's trying to find laminar flow on the protected side of Sharon Smith. There is quite a battle royale for what could be third on the road. 3 methods riders at the front. The 4th in line, Sharon Smith, tucked and nestled. Bahati on Smith. Sharon Smith, Rasan Bahati. They've got more kick than a Brazilian soccer team over here. All right, here they come, our 2 riders, 1 to go, with 1 lap to go. And we're down to 19 seconds with 1 lap. With 1 lap. With 1 lap to go. With 1 lap remaining, who's it gonna be? Anderson joined by Noah Slack. As that bunch doing the monitoring, they're checking the dashboards right now, looking at the RPMs, looking whose stock is rising and who is a push. Obviously, there's great confidence and faith in Eric Anderson coming off early season wins already. Getting down to what will be RG Bargy in my mind for third. First and second should be an easier score. 19 seconds to shut down in 1 mile is highly unlikely. All right, send a message out on lacrits.com. 2 riders approaching. The clouds have separated. It is an absolute beautiful day in Costa Mesa, California, as these 2 riders have been out there for around about 20 minutes trading blows. It all comes down to who wants it, who's got the legs, who's got the stones to close, to sign on the line, which is dotted. And Anderson is alone. Anderson is alone. Slack has been unhitched. So here comes the beast from methods to winning. He's going to be able to post up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Costa Mesa. Your winner today, Mr. Anderson has done it. Eric E. Anderson takes the win. And here comes the big battle for the bronze. Max Hernandez. Hernandez edges out Bahate for the third spot on the podium. Goodness gracious. Taylor Clifford smiling from the heavens from a show put on today, the display of unity in the cycling community. It's absolutely colorific, and what a great show. Hernandez taking third in purple. Costa amazing indeed. Hashtag keep Mesa cool. Eric Anderson definitely getting that speedball right over the strike plate, and he called the shot. Anderson did indeed, and he went yard. They say you cannot start a fire without a spark. Well, it's going to take a lot of fire retardant to hold back Anderson. Going to take a lot of foam to douse methods to winning. They are absolutely killing it. We're talking about the foam that would be needed would be like at a house party in Ibiza. 2 nights weekly at the Rialto Inn. I'm David Worthington. Thank you for joining us. We are broadcasting live on lacrits.com. My goodness, we have a mariachi band. They're going to be performing the national anthem, not this race, but in the near future, so stick around. Thank you guys so much for supporting the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, also known as the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial. The course is very clean. Avoid grabbing your brakes on the apex of the corners. Bike racing is definitely alive in Costa Mesa. You can kind of feel the contact high as the Peloton comes whiffing by.
Racers, this is the category 3-4 race. You'll be racing for 50 minutes, 50 minutes. Lap cards are on the right. They will show a 7 to go, free laps end at 5 to go. If you need to come any way you want, but don't ride backwards on the course. The wheel pit, if you have wheels there, is on the right side over here where the motor is. Medical, if you need it, is over by registration. On the day.net, take a look at the results. Judges ready? Riders ready. On my whistle.
All right, we're off. 50 magical minutes. Here we go. This your Cat 3-4 Riding for 50 minutes, 50 minutes. Big field here. Cat 3-4s. $50 cash preem. $50 cash preem.
$50. Compliments of the Taylor Clifford Project. Yeah, I just spoke briefly with Adam Mills. Yeah, and he's confirming that the block headwind is between turns number 1 and turn number 2. I mean, that is like a wet newspaper to the face. And that tailwind, it really hots up the approach. You can't really close anything down. The tailwind being between 3 and 4. And who's going to pick up the $50 right now? Got it. Right at 4:37 when we get the start list. We'll give him a shout out. Looks like Michael Perez picking up the $50 cash. A junior rider pressing it. Give that man a contract. All right. We are in Costa Mesa broadcasting live on LACrits.com. Every tight squeeze, every tight corner, every fast finish captured in Technicolor with our 8 cameras out on course. And of course, we've got the LACrit.com drone cam picturing some beautiful aerials. You can see the Santa Ana Mountains to the east. If you look close, you can see Baldy. You see the San Gregorios. Perhaps you can see Mount Onyx, which has asphalt at 8,400. So if you really want your kicks, get up to Onyx, do some repeats. Altitude training is real in Southern California. 8,400 is no joke. So the shape of the Peloton a little bit blocky right now. I'm not satiated by that. I'm going to ring the bell, try to spice it up so we can get this thing a little more strung and brung as they navigate between turns 3 and 4. And here they come through 4 cleanly, unscathed. $50 cash preem. $50 cash preem. $50 cash preem. $50 cash preem brought to you by the Taylor Clifford Project. Ha! Here we go. 3-4s hotting it up. Riders getting a little, there's a little bit of contact in these races. It's not unforeseen, not intentional, but it can be a contact sport. Good save on the 3-4s as these riders are threading the proverbial needle, trying to grab that bull by the proverbial horns at Mach 1 speed. Remember, folks, it slows down a little bit when they take turn number 1 because that is your block headwind. 1 to 2. This is a 4-corner trapezoid-shaped course. So it's not a full square. It's kind of a muffin that's been smashed a little bit. So you have the bottom almost like a ziggurat pyramid, where the bottom, which is 1 to 2, the southern half, that is your headwind. But it's also longer to add injury to insult. It's not only a headwind. Of the 4 stretches on the course, it's by far the longest of those stretches, around about 600 meters, whereas the other stretch is around 250 to 300 meters. Final sprint here is probably just barely 200 meters. Could be a fraction underneath, close enough for comfort. But confirmation out on course by Adam Mills that there's certainly a strong tailwind on your approach between 3 and 4. So what does that mean? That means it's really hard to close down any gaps that open up when you have a tailwind. Thurlow Rogers sometimes would attack, world champions sometimes would attack on a tailwind, like a turn right before a tailwind stretch, because you think you got him. You're full tilt, full gas, and he's just not. You're not able to close very efficiently, or if at all, with a block tailwind. Once again, here's turn number 4. Let's see who's going to pick up the $50. Got a big move at the front. Job. Nice. Joshua Cagney, a faster me, $50 richer, brought to you by Taylor Clifford Project.
Wow, goodness gracious, they are absolutely going full gas right now. You can see the gaps in between some of these riders is getting fractious up in here as they are pinning it. The wind is building, but so is the ferocious velocity and the putting the steam into the pedals. The drivetrain is working out there right now. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, stuff is blowing around. This is pretty cool. All right, I see we're going to be queuing up a mariachi band as well. You're going to do the U.S. national anthem, perhaps the Mexican anthem as well. It's all good here in the hood. En este la vida, todo es posible con pasión y con corazón y poquito dinero. I love it. This is fun, man. We're going to have a mariachi band. Gracias con gusto. My pleasure. We're going to call up the 30 plus. +30 to the podium, please. Our top three, please report to the podium. Ronnie Toth to the podium. Juan Cisneros and Matt Easter. Great job. All three of you riders showed a lot of grit out there in the 30 plus. Talking about Ronnie Toth, Juan Cisneros, and Matthew Easter. We have a gap. Around about 5 riders. 2 trying to join on. A little bit of helter, a little bit of skelter out on course. Pretty cool. You get that glimpse on the pictures on lacrits.com. Starting to see that splashy podium, and it is gorgeous. It was purple festooned with EGA Consultants, which happens to be my firm. Other firms, D9, Audi up there, and of course, Taylor, Elizabeth Clifford Memorial, and Evoke. Festoon on a beautiful backdrop. The pictures are absolutely stunning. What a beautiful sight indeed. The Clifford family here in numbers. They are very impressed. They're moved. And we are celebrating life today. Thank you also to the Halpern Law Firm, Signature Payments, EXP Realty. Majestic Cycling is everything. They are the foundation behind these races. For those of you who think that these races go on without human intervention, you'd be sadly mistaken. It definitely takes a big team. Well, big teamwork for the dream work. Also in there is a firm called New Directions for Women. They're out of Costa Mesa, California, providing life-changing healthcare services for women and children who are affected and impacted by addiction. Empowering women and their children one day at a time. Just got news from Rasan Bahati. He's in his helicopter coming in from SoFi Stadium right now, and he had a photo shoot in Inglewood. He will be joining me on stage around about 12:55. Big jump right here. Giant attack with the massive acceleration on the inside. Looking forward to sharing the microphone with Mr. Bahati, who, you know, there's no such thing as goats. There's no plurality. There can only be one goat.
Tom Brady, well, I like Joe Montana, but Tom Brady, singularity. There's only one GOAT in terms of Criterium Racing U.S. domestic. There's only one. His name is Rasan Bahati. He'll be joining me around about 1 o'clock, and we will wrap it up with tons of exciting laps. Back to the podium. In third place, Ronnie Toth there in the splashy flower kit. Second place, Juan Cisneros, riding for Stage 2 Cyclery, taking the top step today with exuberance and panache. Give it up for Matthew Easter, riding for Hit Squad Racing. Ronnie Toth supporting, definitely showing off that sunflower kit. He used to be known as Captain Tuxedo. Today he's all about the sunflowers. In the 30 plus, a beautiful podium presentation. Toth, Cisneros, and Easter. Ronnie Toth rhymes with both. Gotta remember that. Pneumatic device. It's not Toth, it's Toth. Very Scandi. Very Scandi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the lap card. We are at 7 to go right now. 7 to go. 3 riders able to sever from the field with 7 to go. 7. 7 laps remaining. Oh, thank heaven, it's 7. By the way, in that break, we've got C.J. Miller with Team Endure, and we've got Nick Garcia, Team Endure. Two out of the 3 are on Endure as we batten the hatches down here. The wind is blowing a cyclone fashion. Also, the 33% of that 3-man break right now, Denny Chavez with KRT. So once again, Chavez and 2 teammates, the dynamic duo, Nick Garcia and C.J. Miller with Team Endure. Looking at the pictures, they're getting gobbled. They're still hanging tough there with a college effort, hovering around about 15 seconds. And it could yo-yo. I'm seeing the shape of the Peloton on LACurse.com. The chase not looking frothy or hungry. Yeah, we know that because it's blocking. It's not strung out. But I'm starting to see just a fraction of disorganization in the 3-man. The guy at the front, Garcia, gesticulating to a guy in the green pasture in the knoll to try to get a time split. And here they are now. We can see with the naked eye, these 3 riders have now still hanging on for 3 with 2 riders in between. 6 laps remaining, 6 to go. That's Chavez and Garcia at the front. C.J. Miller also in that move. And a giant leap coming out of the field. That's Jeffrey Carter, Stage 2 Cyclery. It's about a 1-mile lap, so if they average around 25 miles per, looking at a 224 per lap. Checking my calculator. they're going 26 miles an hour. It's a 218. And easy to remember 30-mile-an-hour average, which is red smoking hot lava. That's 2 minutes if you're going 30. It had to be a 2-minute hot lap. The math is not linear. As you get closer to higher velocity, it requires more watts and energy to accelerate than to maintain. In other words, it takes a lot more watts to accelerate from 28 to 30 miles an hour than opposed to 18 to 20 miles an hour. Both of them delta 2, but going 20 to 30 requires much more wattage because it's kind of simple back in physics. Velocity is just simply distance divided by time, right? Miles per hour, kilometer per hour, kilometer per second. But acceleration is more like velocity squared. So you have an exponential curve when you're getting into accelerations. 30 miles an hour is flying. Think of it this way. 30 miles per hour, you're moving 44 feet per second. At 43 miles an hour, which is Corey Williams' Bahati speed, Justin Williams, big boy, sprinting, that's 63 feet per second at 43 miles an hour. So do the math. That's like covering a 12-story building in 2 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, that's 12 stories right there. That's why it comes down to milliseconds when we're getting into sprints. It's like match sprinting. It's not measured in seconds, it's measured in milliseconds. With 5 laps to go. 5 to go, 5 laps to go. Those 3 riders have been absorbed. Now we've got Edgar Munoz. Edgar, he is no stranger to the podium. Munoz on the move, riding for KRT. Kings Racing Team, KRT QRT. I believe they're out of Chi-Town, back east. And the Mariachi Band approves. This is where the wick gets sticky inside of 5. With 5 to go, you gotta ride through the pain. With 4 to go, you gotta embrace the pain. Is that Max Hernandez? With 2 to go, you gotta block the pain, if at all possible. For they say pain is temporary. Glory lasts. The scene in Ford v Ferrari, one of my favorite race movies. Beautiful piece of cinema starring Matt Damon, Christian Bale. You're approaching 7,000 RPMs. The race sequences are riveting. Things start to shut down. Everything sort of fades. Your body flooded with fatigue. And you're asked one question. What are you worth? Who are you made of? With 4 laps to go. 2 to go. 2 riders out front, I should say. 4 to go. 4 to go. A beautiful field, and they definitely are pinning it. I would guess that there's still about 10 riders who can win this bicycle race. So just check the schedule. On paper, there's a kids race at 12:40. And on paper, we have Masters 50 plus going off at 12:55, around about 1 o'clock. And our Pro Elite Women scheduled to roll at 1:50 p.m., a 50-minute race. And another signature race today you can't miss. Pro Elite Men 1-3 going off at 2:45 p.m. A quarter to 3 p.m. Big boys will be tearing up this circuit, making ribbons of the asphalt. And we'll close today with the Cat 4.5s at 4 o'clock. All right, we are down to 3 laps remaining in this bicycle race. Remember, it's just a 1-mile course, 4 corners, trapezoid shaped. The longest stretch, insult to injury, is a block headwind between turns 1 and 2. Dos Gatos is in the house. Mr. Hofer, I think, is here too. Brent, hey man, good to see you. LA Doyers, huh? Doyers. Congratulations. I'm gonna stick with my halos because I'm all about OC. A flick of the elbow, nobody's back there. Good effort though. That rider has been very active all day long. He gets a shout out. That's Jose Mata at the front. Of course, he's got a big bullseye on his back. Always good to see the smiling face of Alyssa Sanchez and the Sanchez family doing a tremendous job. She just informed me that the kids race, the kids need to report to registration, which is over there by RV Row, the RVs and the Encycle tents. So abuelitos, grandparents, uncles, aunts, fathers, mothers, siblings, please escort your kids over to registration. They're going to be racing about 200 meters from turn number 4 to finish. Yeah, they're going too wide there, as you can see on the pictures on LACrits.com. Way too spread out. That only encourages disaster. Somebody's going to get up there and lead it out soon. These riders out of contention, but still bringing it home. Some guys just give up dreaming. They give up living. They start dying piece by piece. Some guys come home from work and they wash up and they go racing in the streets. Tonight the strip's just right. I'm going to blow them off in my first heat. Because springtime is here. The time is right for racing in the streets. The streets of Costa Mesa, RG Bargy. We got riders all up in here from elbow to ass. Who's it going to be? They better get organized because this is going to be treacherous with 2 laps to go. 2 to go. 2 laps to go. All right. Where are my flyers? If you're a flyer, it's time to get out. This is your last chance for the dance. If you're a bit squeamish, if you touch your brakes, you're out. Gesundheit. If you have the ability to throw a 1% shot, right now is the time, especially with that headwind right there. Get a gap, fail, who cares? Go for it, open up. See how deep one can go to learn about thyself. What up, MBGP? See you. Thanks for coming out and support. What a gorgeous day. Splendiferous day. Bart Clifford, an emotional win indeed. The Taylor Clifford project, they came out here en masse, traveled to this race. The pressure was on. You can turn that piece of charcoal into a diamond. Pipes burst with this much pressure. Bart Clifford bringing it home on a very, very emotional win. Congratulations to the Taylor Clifford project, which is really doing great things. Check them out, the Taylor Clifford Foundation.com for more information. Saving lives, empowering women and children one day at a time. We got a move right now. 2 riders from Go Fast showing the purple rain. There's that flyer move that Worthington had hoped for online. It has been shut down, but certainly the energy is strung out. We've got riders on a razor's edge as they approach. Turn number 4 coming through turn number 4 right now unscathed. We're going to be ringing that big bell. It's not penultimate, it is ultimate time with 1 lap to go. One lap to go. These riders out of contention, 1 to go. So here comes what's left of the Peloton, and they're coming through. Turn number 4 right now. We got a purple train at the front. Can they make it rain with 1 lap? 1 lap! With 1 lap! With 1 lap to go! 1 to go! Rudy Morial, he's wheel number 2. Go Fast at the front. Can Rudy close? Perhaps a little bit too front. Doesn't have a lot of teammates behind him. Rudy looking good, but you gotta worry about draining the swamp because you can easily get swamped out there. Maria, he's done a good job right now. He flicked it. He's trying to get back in line way too soon. Here comes that flyer in the block headwind between turns number 3 and 4. We had a flyer move right now. That's CJ Miller on the pictures on LACrits.com out of Team Endure. CJ is showing some separation. He's given it a serious jailbreak effort. Miller on the move. Miller caught and countered by his teammate. Looks like Garcia is also in position. Some of these riders are lap down, so pardon the confusion in advance. As we plow forward, it is March Madness. As they march forward, getting down to the nitty-gritty. Who will strike gold today here in Costa Mesa, California? Finishing turn number 3 cleanly. Immaculate approach. Turn number 4 in the final moments of this race. Endure has a gap. He's coming through this corner with about a 4 bike length gap. Can he hang on? Here we go down the final stretch, right up the throat of the boulevard in a giant, massive acceleration. Colin Manine! Manine closes. Du Velo Jackaroo, USA. What a blistering sprint, timed to perfection. That was epic. Indeed.
Testing, 1, 2, testing. Hold.
Turning the mic over to Elisa.
Testing, 1, 2, testing. It's still not. Testing, okay. right, we are going to do the kids race now. Can I have my, sorry. Wait, 1 second. Okay. Can I have you guys line up at the cones, please? Parents of the kids, it's time.
We have chaperones. Bring them up.
Okay, parents.
Can I
The
have
cones,
Bart?
at the cones.
Bart, come out to the start finish. Bart and the family.
Okay, and
And New Direction.
And
Give us a second. Just post.
all right, on my mark. Get ready, guys, okay? So we're going to have our little guy. Oh, he's going to do a short little lap here. And then all of our big kids are going to do a big lap. And we have some wonderful volunteers going with our kids. So some of the little guys need the best and biggest encouragement. So let's encourage these guys. Are you guys ready? On your marks, get set, go!
All right, here we go. Here comes the kids coming around. They're going to do one full lap or just... Yeah, nice. Great job. Great job. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Good job. Number 519.
Okay. Doesn't have to go.
Yeah. Here we go. Comes another one. Last one. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Great job. Whoop, whoop. All right. Awesome. Welcome to our second annual Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Grand Prix. We are going to continue to keep doing this year after year. We want to thank everybody who came out and supports Bart and his family and his daughter and the foundation. So, Bart, which did a great thing, he obviously created the Taylor Elizabeth Memorial Foundation to help donate money to a local all women's recovery center. New Direction for Women. Can I have, please, you ladies come out? So Bart and I had the opportunity to go out there and check out the facility, and it's a great place. It's actually the only facility that's in the area that actually helps women with their children. They can actually do the recovery with their children in the facility, which is awesome that they can support that. So I'm going to hand it over to Bart, and yeah.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for all coming out and sharing this day with me, celebrate the life of my daughter, and I'm so excited to be working with New Direction for Women. It's an amazing recovery center right here in Costa Mesa that we are going to be partnering with all going forward. And I had a chance to go to the facility. It's amazing. The most important thing to me, was when these ladies are going through recovery, they provide space for them to bring their children with them. And I know that's a huge thing for somebody in recovery, and I know that contributes to long-term success of the recovery. I'm sure of it. And so I'm going to give the microphone to these young ladies, and I normally have this big giant check somewhere that I want to present to you, but we'll find it.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. My name is Elizabeth Steele, and I'm the CEO at New Directions for Women. As Bart mentioned, we've been around since 1977, helping women recover from this horrific disease. Huge thank you to the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Fund and also to Majestic Cycling. Thank you so much for having us out here to support this amazing cause.
Okay, Alyssa, do we have a couple kids still coming through? Two kids. Here they come. Let's cheer them on, and then we're going to do our national anthem by the Mariachi Juvenil Herencia Michoacan. Yeah, great job. Nice, great job. And also, I need the 50 plus to start posting. Please go to staging. We're going to have you guys come out here. All 50 plus staging. We're going to start. Great job, great job, great job. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Good job, young lady. All right. Can I have we're going to do the national anthem right now. Come on out. This is a local mariachi band. They're all high school students here from Costa Mesa. So if we could have everybody come out to do the national anthem, right here is fine. And just post here. All 50 plus, come on out. We'll post right here. Wait, hello, test. Hey, Dave, they're gonna sing. Can I get something? Is this one the good one?
They're both equal.
Check that one. Do we need two of them or one? Two? Okay, we're gonna need two of them. Check. Okay, this one's a little better. He's got the better voice. And who else is singing? Okay. Hello. See. Everybody was on the national anthem. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, what so ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Racers, good afternoon. Let's race. 50 minutes. 5 minutes. Lap cards will show at 7 to go. Free laps end at 5 to go. We is over here on the sidewalk. Medical, if you it's over by the registration.
This race commences. I want to say hello to you on mic and present a check.
Okay, great. And this is Elizabeth.
Oh.
She was
Elizabeth.
she's our CEO.
I'm David.
It's so nice to meet you.
Said you could only stay for 20 minutes.
Off and underway, I believe, racing for 50 minutes. I'm going to be joined by rock star Rasan Bahati, but I also want to say hello to some of my friends, my new friends and neighbors. Bahati, you're going to love this. These groups, they are part of a recovery group that does life-changing rehab work and services for those in need and afflicted, not only women, but their children, their offspring afflicted by addiction. And we went over there and I saw the facility, myself, Alfie, and Bart Clifford was crying when we left. He had actual tears, and it was just a beautiful thing to see, and I'm just so very, very proud to call you guys my neighbors. And we have a check here. Hey, come on up, Ariel. Elizabeth and Ariel. Now look at these two. Like, if you want a good snapshot, make sure you get them. But first of all, what about this venue? I mean, Ariel, isn't it kind of nuts?
Amazing.
It's very colorful, and it's all about health and a healthy lifestyle here.
It's wonderful that.
Close.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's wonderful that you all are doing this and helping the community and supporting local organizations as well. Thank you. We're so grateful.
It's entirely mutual. Entirely mutual. And tell me the day-to-day experience of running that facility. It's been remodeled. It looks amazing. You guys were founded in 1977, and it's just been a stellar projection of success. Tell me, the day-to-day. Is it a bit of a roller coaster, or do you feel the satisfaction at the end of the day, or does it come annual?
It depends on the day for sure. You never know what to expect walking into work, but we just do everything that we can to show up on a daily basis to help women transform their lives.
Transforming lives one day at a time. We're talking to the leaders that really do it one day at a time. They're grinders, they're fundraisers, and they represent New Directions for Women, and you can find them at newdirectionsforwomen.org, I believe. Yes, find out what these guys are about, because it is amazing work. I'm going to make sure when City Council comes up, the outreach is going to be, you guys are going to be linked even closer than you are with City Hall. The mayor, John Stevens, loves this event. He loves what you guys are about, and I live a block from your facility, and there has never been nothing but joy and love, and I'm so proud to present a small fraction of what you guys are worth. This is coming from EGA Consultants, one of the sponsors. A check for $300.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
So much. We're so grateful, and thank you EGA Consulting for this donation.
You're very welcome. It goes to a very good cause, y'all. Hopefully we can get some more funds from those that are doing magical work, and they are absolute saints. And I want to get affirmation. Bart Clifford, you were crying like a child, rightfully so, after visiting their facility. It was pretty deep stuff, and they will invite you perhaps for a tour as well. Mrs. Clifford, she's the one that Bart was talking about, so we can set up a tour. These are the fine young ladies where you can get that done, okay? Let's make that happen.
Absolutely.
All right, much love, much love.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out, guys. It's awesome. Yeah, watch your step.
All right. All right. Yes, I'm.
You can turn this one up a little bit.
Yep. I don't know which one's which. They're equal.
All right, I'm joined with the GOAT, the rock star. He's too shy, so I'm going to pull my rotator cuff, giving him some accolades. Talking about Rasan Bahati is in the house. And what a privilege and thrill to be joined by Mr. Bahati, a man who has more national championships than I have underwear. Okay, so Bahati's in the house.
You're struggling if you only have 10 pair of underwear.
Hey, I try to have a rotation of 9. That's my magic number.
Test, test, test. All right, that sounds a little better. Test, test, test. All right, you can hear me now. We're good. Had to project my voice. But Dave, thanks for all the kind words. Costco is around the corner, so you can get more underwear. On sale.
Boxers or briefs?
Boxers and briefs. There's our 50-plus Evoke. Brett called in all of the lieutenants to come and support this race. I believe he's won the last couple years here. He won today. See if he can double up in the 50-plus. 1, 2, 3. Where's our DJ? We need to turn the tunes up. So if you're a spectator and you're wondering how's it feel to be racing this course today, it's extremely gusty. It's windy, but the gust is what making it really hard as you round turn 1. Actually, before you even get to turn 1, where these 2 big trees are on the right-hand side, the wind just kind of sneaks through the 2 buildings, and it starts to throw you to the left. So you got to be very careful. And then you make that right-hand turn, and it is a straight block headwind where you get, I don't know, I would say gust of wind up to 50 miles an hour. So holding on to the bars as you cross the line in victory today is, I would say, very important.
Yeah, you got to hang on to for dear life. I've been doing these for years with lacrits.com. We've got 8 cameras, we got drones, and everything's captured in Technicolor, Hassan. And first time, I think, even in Victorville, where we lost 2 cameras I think it was during your race. There was a gust that came, and you probably saw some of the barricades fold over. We didn't lose them, but they fell over. They were retrieved by Mr. Ray Mars.
That's an expensive accident, but yeah, we appreciate Ray Mars and his crew giving everyone around the country some live stream. Our competition that's in the Midwest and stuff right now, they're not fortunate enough to be under the sun racing crits right now, so they're indoor trying to stay fit, so when their weather turns, they're able to compete, and they watch what's going on here in Southern California because of the live stream of LA Crits. So it's actually bigger than we think it is. I think it's time for Ray Mars and I to sit down and figure out how to monetize this thing, make people pay to watch this worldwide.
You can start with the Bahati banner, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
There you go.
Yeah, I can see where it would be very valuable to see, because the definition is very crystal clear. Like, it's not fuzzy.
Yeah.
These screens, look at the pictures
No,
here.
it's great.
Right?
They've got it down.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think the technology is something, but Ray Mars was ahead of that technology, because he was doing this. He was kind of behind the hedges, right? And then for a while, we didn't know who Ray Mars was. He was incognito.
Ray who?
Exactly.
Yeah.
To this day, I'm not sure.
Never heard of him.
He's like Kaiser Sosa, man. He just disappears.
That's like I get gas from Chevron. You get the 91, it says Chevron with Techron. I don't even know what Techron is.
Sounds good, though.
But I want me some.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Techron.
They say it's good for your car, so I want me some Techron.
I like it. It's all high octane out there today, and man, when we get to the pro men, there a lot of people are same day registering. Like the young lion of Laguna, I call him Luke Fetzer. He's a same day reg. So
I was a same day kind of reg guy.
There you go.
You got to keep your competition guessing.
That's one of your moves, isn't it?
Yeah, you just whatever you eat the $10, $15 extra. The long as you made the competition nervous, it was all right. Because they didn't know, all right, Bahati's not coming. And then you show up 30 minutes before the start, and they have to change plans.
I see the Williams brothers kind of picked up on that little. Sometimes they'll show up day of as well. Of course, on the super big races, that's not possible.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm slow now, so I can pre-reg for next year's races. Nothing's going to change. But in my heyday, it was a strategy to not pre-reg.
Well, and we can also talk about the fact that you relaunched your podcast talking about heyday, and now you're probably more free share some of those nuggets. You've always been a generous man with your wisdom.
Yeah.
We all sat around and you chatted up at these races locally, but now you're really free. You can really push the envelope now that you're not getting a paycheck by Rock Racing, although they probably advocate you going large. But you know what I'm saying? There's a certain freedom you have as an individual, and you're the owner now. You're the CEO.
No, even when I was racing full time, what I learned, I always wanted to give it back to those who was interested in learning more about the sport and how to be a better bike racer. It's a lot of intricate things, and specifically crit racing. It's not just about going in circles. Today was my first race since last July, and I learned a lot about myself today. It wasn't the most toughest race I've done, but I still learned, things that I have to get better at my age and racing Masters. The Masters feel is better than ever now. It's not like it used to be where guys were 200 pounds and the belly was on the top tube and they just couldn't wait to have a Coors Light. It's way different. A lot of these Masters have coaches and train 15, 18 hours a week. And so you have to change how you approach bike racing now as a 40-plus-year-old. So it's fun, though. It was nice to be out there and kind of get my chops wet again.
Yeah, I mean, there's two riders, Matt Easter taking that win. You got second in the field, and that was a stacked field. Max Hernandez really, somehow he got that angle on you. You had a run, but he had some speed. What was your number, Will? Where were you? How deep on that final corner?
Yeah, in the last two turns, the last straightaway actually back there, with like 5 laps to go, I had already committed to my strategy. I wanted to hit out early. I got a pretty big gear on my bike, and I was like, you know what? I've been doing a lot of overgear training. It's a tailwind. Like, just get on top of it and see if you can last through the corner. Max had the same idea. He actually beat me to the punch, and he took a couple guys with him. I lost position, and in the gear that I was in, I couldn't get on top of it. But it was it was lesson learned. It was one of those things where I'm always a sprinter where I commit to what I'm going to do pretty early on, and I don't deviate away from it. So I knew that I was going to do that move, except Max was smart enough to beat me to the punch.
Yeah, like you said, it sounds like a couple riders slotted in, so that also probably impacted your calculus. We're going to be able to see that later on with the drone camera, which is really cool. I remember we broke it down when Dante Young came off Luke Fetzer's lead out, you and I, in the modular here, looking at it slow-mo. Yeah. You called it really early, I mean, in live time, not the replay. You're like, it started, he better go right now. He's coming off Luke Fetzer, and it came down. You were correct. It came down to a photo. Scott Redding second, and it was Aiden Papel with ice speed third, and they're all in the same picture.
Yeah, it was close. Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. So I think the conditions are very similar. You remember last year it was kind of chilly in the morning, rain a little bit, and then finally we got some beautiful sunshine here in SoCal. But yeah, today I think will be no different, depending on who shows up. I actually don't see today ending in a sprint for the pro race. However, man, between turn 1 and 2 is so hard. You watch the last few races locally, and you have Corey Lockwood just absolutely riding away from everyone. He's one guy that can do it because he can go through that headwind section, an average 450, maybe even 500 watts, which is only probably going to be about 24 miles an hour through that section because the wind is so brutal. But once he turns that corner, now he's going 28, and then he's going through the backside 30. So that is one guy, that I think that could pull it off. But he's done it the last few races. You would think that the teams would say, you know what, if I was a team leader, director, we're following Corey Lockwood. We're not going to lose to Corey Lockwood today. I'd rather lose in the sprint to have one guy ride away from 6 of my guys again today.
And yet there's a target on his back, especially, these windy condition races like this, and he still, has a pretty good batting average. People are trying to shut him down, but if some of your teammates are some of the strongest guys in the field, then that gives you even more of an opportunity. In the case of Dante Young taking the field on the second time out here last year, and Corey Lockwood going Han Solo, he's a beast, right? He told me he looks at his speed, kind of what you just said. He doesn't really get into watts as much. He looks at, I know I need to go 24. This is a block headwind. I need to ramp it up to 34. He looks at velocity more than power meter.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure he's a very smart guy. Guys like that. Even myself, I look at the speeds like you're talking about in certain parts of the course, you're not going to see me going solo because that's not in my wheelhouse. But a guy like Corey, he's got to look at, okay, like you just said, in the field, we've been going 25 miles an hour through here. So all I have to do is go 25 and a half when I'm off the front, or 26, and I'll survive. And through this section, the field's been going 30. So if I can go 30 and I'm already 8 seconds off the front, I'll survive. You know what I mean? So you're calculating all these things. That's one thing I like to teach young guys that come into the sport. It's like, it's not just about going around in circles. Each turn, each straightaway, you should be learning something. Where you need to have your wheel for the next corner, where you need to have your wheel for this corner, where you need to hide to be away from the wind, and so forth. So that's one thing that I think we take for granted, guys who've been racing for a long time, is that we kind of know what to do, when to do it without thinking twice. Well, it took years and years and laps and laps. And here's Epstein on the front right here. This is 50 plus, right? Fitter fit. Next lap, there's some money coming. I think Dimitri owns a bank, because through the years he's given back a lot of cash. How many years you been doing this now? 15 years. I'm not even going to ask how much money you've given back. Don't ask. He could have had probably at least 2 GT3 RSs. Maybe he hasn't. I don't know, but
I do remember.
But yeah.
Dimitri's awesome. He will come up just to wreck a race. You know what I mean? He'll come up and he'll drop coin. In this case, Bitcoin, we call it. You know, the IRS is shut down. He's good. Don't worry about it, man. Flow. Let it flow, brother. We're going to ring the bell for a biscuit when they come around.
For a hundo.
Yeah, we got a start list here so we can we'll be able to ascertain. Hopefully this start list is complete here. Well, maybe Espen Gutierrez, if he's still hanging, he'll go another lap when he hears that Hunsky floated.
Yeah, Epstein is too close, man. We have to get a nickname for this guy. We just call him Fit or Fit.
I call him Norwegian Wood. I mean, he can lay the wood.
Is he? Hey, pause, man. Pause.
Norwegian.
Is he Norwegian?
He is indeed Norwegian.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think he's from Oslo.
Ah. They had the World Championships there not too long ago. What's the greatest cyclist out of that's Norwegian to ever walk the planet?
Bo Hamburger.
Thor? What about what was the guy from Dementia Data? I'm drawing a blank on his name. Very quiet guy, kind of all-arounder. It'll come to me. All right, we're going to be ringing the bell for Big Face Hondo.
$100 cash on the line. $100 brought to you by D9 Dimitri. 100.
Bosenhagen, yes. Edvard. Bosenhagen, I think, is the best. How many tour stages, Mr. Trilla? 3? You sure? But you didn't know what place I got in Get Wobblegem, though. So you don't dive that deep. You just on the surface. You don't go past 50th. Yeah. So we got $50 on the line, and I believe, 100. 50 plus is going for 100, and I think those guys mistakenly thought they were sprinting for 100 on that lap, because we kind of prematurely said $100 over the mic. However, you can recover between 1 and 2 because you go pretty slow. So will they be going for that Hondo again? not going to give it away, but the bank account is open. All right, here they come with $100 on the line. Second wheel looks good. If he's got a pop, he can get this $100. He's sprinting in the hoods like the Cuban Missile. He's not going to make it. Rider number 203. Anderson, what is that? Bortolato? Bortolato. I know I'm butchering that name. Cleveland Cycling Academy. From C-Bus, maybe. Man, we already came up with that. You're late. Yep, Edgebog. Hey, Armin, would you agree? Yes. So this Masters 50 Plus race is 50 minutes. Did we start on time at 12:55? All right, look at this, running a tight around here. Big shout out to all the vendors that came out today. Got some coffee. We've got some bike shops. We've got some massage therapists. Oh yeah, and the Chocolate Rocket got some Fear of the Fro shirts. We got my main man, Caesar Salad over there, Steven Salazar, slinging shirts, holding babies, and fighting fires. Go give that man a high five. And that was a pretty quick lap after the $100 preems. Evoke back on the front, setting tempo. Paul Chia getting arrow.
On his wheel, Espen Kateris.
Bart Clifford in the back doing taxes. Looks like he's having an easy day today. Won one earlier. Maybe we'll get one in about another 30 minutes or so. 2 for 2. That'll look good for him. Celebrate and honor his daughter.
If we could call up our top three in the category 3-4s to Podium Plaza, Alex Rodriguez, Keishan Lee with Team Endure, and taking the top step, Colleen Manine. Rodriguez, Lee, and Manine to the podium. Wow, Kenny Rogers also in this group. It's the second or third race of the day. Riding for the Davis Finney Foundation. Bringing that Kenny Rogers rotisserie chicken. Oh, it's finger licking good. Scott Cochran also in there. Bart Clifford on the line as well. Going back to back. Robert Frank, his third race of the day. Paul Chia going back to back. Espen Kateris also doubling as our riders come coursing through at top speed. Dennis Grobzilla, riding for Evoke Racing.
So just checking out the live stream here. They're turn number 4. Evoke is all over the front in this 50-plus race. Racing for 55 minutes. We've got more preems we're going to throw out. They're absolutely controlling the pace right now. Single file through the start-finish. With the team captain on the back, Bart Clifford.
And holy cow, the wind is definitely whipping up. It's building from the Pacific Ocean. So when they turn number 1 right now, they have a block wind for around about 500-600 meters. The longest sector of the course is a headwind to add injury to insult, and the wind building.
Hey, Dave, do you remember how long we've been racing Costa Mesa? I kind of vaguely remember racing here in like 2013 time frame. Is it any time before that?
Yeah, but we raced here like 1990s. And Scott Fortner won the pro race. He wasn't even a bunch sprinter. There was an earthquake that day, a little shake and bake. I think I was riding Cat 4, okay? Goes way back. And Fortner he won out of Saturn. Then there was about a 10-year hiatus. It came back in 2012. Ivan Dominguez won here, John Wyke. And then there was a day, I think it was 2012, 2013, where Rasan Bahati picks up the win, right?
I beat the Cuban Missile.
That's right, Dominguez. And then we whisked you away because we wanted to do recording you on percussion on that was 2013. And I might be able to pull it up on my playlist. I got you playing sticks on bongos, and you absolutely crushed it in the recording studio after picking up your cash, your spoils at the podium right here. And then about a mile up the road, a recording studio. And I've got you on tape, and it lasts forever. I'll make sure you get a copy of it.
No, you gave me a couple CDs. Los Gatos.
Yes, Dos Gatos.
Dos Gatos.
That's it.
I actually have it in one of the CDs is on my bar at home. Yeah, so I see it every day. Because I'm in the bar every day.
And you're in the bar, and you're also in the credits. And you were laying down some polyrhythms that day, man.
We got a split coming down right now, and we're going to throw out $100 preem with a nice split. Now, this could either kill the break or motivate them to go. I'm going to say it's going to kill it because everyone's going to $100 preem to the leader of the next lap, $100 preem. And there's our first $100 preem winner from Cleveland Cycling Academy, $100 preem. Got to catch the leaders. So if you're watching the live stream, you can tell already the front group is already starting to look at each other. They're thinking about the $100, and no one wants to hit out. But the guy who won the first hundo from Cleveland Cycling Academy has just hit out. He's going to try to do it solo, perhaps. It's a long way to go, especially pushing through that headwind. I do not think he will make it.
Yeah, definitely a ballsy move by Andrew Bortoletto.
Bortoletto. Say that again. Say the last name again.
Mr. Anderson Bortoletto.
Bortoletto. He is trying to prove me wrong. He is still off the front.
All right, there's our top three. And congratulations indeed to our top three. Just wrapping up the ceremony, Alex Rodriguez taking third, Keishin Lee taking second, and Colleen Manning top step.
All right, here's Dennis. He's going to get pipped at the line. No, he's not.
Oh.
Dennis Drop celebrating, saying Big Mac, and it's going to be 7 to go. 7 laps to go. 7 to go. I don't know. That could have been a photo finish, celebrating a little bit too soon. You talked about that earlier.
Picking the pocket. It looks like Kateris may have got it. Dr. Ronnie Toth put on display at CBR, kind of the same move. Regal Mesa, premature celebration.
Dennis Drop cutting it close. Rubbing his fingers together. $100 today will get you, I don't know, maybe 2 number 2s and a large drink. That's about it. So they will be coming around and seeing 6 laps to go. And in my race, 40 plus, when I didn't see 7 to go. I ended up start paying attention around 4 to go, which was cool. That means the race was going by pretty fast for me. And 4 laps to go went by like that. So, 7 laps to go. They'll be done momentarily. And I already have my pick of who I think is going to win.
The wheels are turning here. And I think if you're looking at brackets, you're looking at a sprinter. You like this guy, Jean, Taoui Jean? You like Mr. Paul Chia? Bagley? Patrick Fetzer's out there.
Yeah, Pat's got a good turn of speed, but he doesn't have aero wheels on. That's always I don't know, that's suspect. Skin suit, no aero wheels, it's kind of counterintuitive.
You know who might be due is Anthony Freeman.
I don't know. I'm putting my money on the host, Bart Clifford.
There it is. There's the setup. Yeah, Clifford has teammates out there. If they can deliver the payload on that final 200 meters, Bart Clifford, very, very tough to beat. Just one wonders if he's already somewhat satiated by the emotional win earlier this morning. We shall see.
All right, that looks like Kenny Rogers. He doesn't want any part of a field sprint. Yeah, that's Kenny Rogers spreading it all out, 224.
And there's Fetzer, wheel number 4.
Oh, my goodness.
Riders,
Heads up,
riders
guys,
down.
heads up.
Riders down, riders down. Unfortunate. Course is closed, ladies and gentlemen. The course is closed. Pretty cool. Samantha Bosco has definitely traveled the world on that two-wheeled machine. Paris, Rio, Worlds. Testament to the fact that perhaps the bicycle is mankind's greatest invention of all time. By the way, Evoke conjures up the phrase to bring forth, to bring forth. Evoke, an evocation of unity in the community. Once again, I want to say also thank you to Alfie Sanchez and the Sanchez family. You have absolutely painted a masterpiece. It looks beautiful today. It's gorgeous. Beautiful turnout. And certainly we have the back of Lance Coburn, a great guy, all-around solid dude. I've known Lance for decades. A guy who exudes positivity. Rasan Bahati once told me two things. One, follow your education. Two, I love to ride my bike. It was that simple. I love to ride my bike. And that's what it is all about.
get a nice truck. So there we were. It was. Remember when they were running they were instead of the Ontario, they were running the Harupa Valley for a couple years.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was one of those, and he had all the stuff set up. He was doing that one, and I had some people coming in, and I told them, okay, so go behind the stage. There was room to drive behind the stage. Oh, and Ralph was just lit. They can't be driving over my cables. It'll ruin my cables. Like Ralphie's cables are 50 years old, man.
Looking at him.
Might be time to get a new cable, Ralph. He's like,
So, is this more precaution or is he jacked up?
He could have walked that. For like 5 seconds. From here to here, he was out. Yeah. When I walked over.
yeah, when I
It was just enough. And he didn't know what happened. Yeah, that's a precaution.
I hate when it's cold like this and they just have you out there. I crashed in Germany in the wintertime. And they just had me land on the gurney like that for like 30 minutes. I'm like, dude, I am man.
Oh, because they're waiting for the bridge.
Can I get a jacket or something?
No, we're trying to cut your kid off in the middle of everybody. Remember Ronnie's?
First responders doing a good job taking every precaution. They're always going to err on safety. Lance Coburn is alert. He knows where he's at. And he's in very, very good hands. I've been asked by some people to explain criterium bicycle racing, especially like my friends from New Directions for Women. They're wondering, what exactly are we looking at here? Criterium racing is it's held on small circuits like here today, 1 mile, with numerous laps. In this case, 4 corners, 1 mile, and it goes lightning fast. So it's inherently risky, dramatic, and very spectator-friendly. We witness riders going flat out with punchy, explosive efforts, pinching off to set up breakaways, attacks, counters, and often culminating in blistering sprints up to 40 miles an hour in criterium bicycle racing. And to hot up the racing, sometimes we'll ring the bell for preems. These are prizes offered when the bell is sounded. This serves to animate the racing and reward showboating and spirited efforts from guys like Bahati. Bahati has joystick moves, and he has the ATM digits on getting the cash.
It's the Atari joystick now. The Xbox, PlayStation joystick is long gone. Back to Atari.
Dude, I'm still doing analog. Ping and pong or something like that. Centipede. The thing about criterium racing is the strongest guy often does not win. So if it's a boat race or a marathon, best guy with the best lungs and legs is probably going to win the race. Even in road racing with a big climb in it, you have a smaller population. Crit racing, which is what we're seeing right now today, a lot of element is gambit, throwing the dice, rolling the dice, and you can come up with a result where you're beating some guys that are stronger than you, because perhaps the guy that's stronger made some mistakes, and perhaps he cut too many checks, burnt too many candles, which is one of the really fun things about crit racing, is the element of drafting. When you're in the slipstream, you're working 30 to 40% less than the rider taking the wind. So it's really rock and roll. It's a U.S. invention. Criterium bicycle racing is pure USA. They don't really do what we do in Europe. They do circuit races. Bahati could have raced in Europe, but this was where he really shines because he's got that fast twitch and also has dexterity, bike handling skills off the wall, off the chart. So there's probably some riders that have won the Tour de France that can't handle their machine as well as some of our great sprinters, which is kind of hard to believe, but that's the case. They're not really trained to get a corner every 200 meters, right? So that's really what makes this event so interesting. And then having heats, one after having 12 races a day. But also it can be cutthroat. So
that is part of racing. It's not called blocking because you're trying to take somebody out. It's the art of non-cooperation. When we talk about blocking, if you've got a teammate up the road, there's no impetus for you to chase. So there's a lot of subtleties to this sport. So like Bahati, he's still learning. He said the best professor, the best teacher will tell you that he learned something about himself today. That's why we love Bahati, because he's humble that way, and it is the truth. If you think you've solved the Rubik's Cube, you're delusional. There's always something to learn, especially in criterium-style bike racing.
When people ask, like, how do you ride in a field of, 100-plus riders going 50, 60 Ks an hour? It's like, it's nothing but blind faith, It really is. You're trusting that the person in front of you doesn't make a mistake and the guy behind you doesn't make a mistake. We're coming out of mountains sometimes, 60, 70 Ks an hour, and it's like you don't even know the roads at times. You're just hoping that the road turns the way you want it to turn and you're not flying off the road. So it is a brutal sport. We hate to see this. Lance is a good friend of mine, and I know he's a tough cookie, so he'll be all right, but wishing him the very, very best. We were just talking about hanging out in Vegas, and now I got to go visit him in the hospital. But I'm sure he'll be fine. Like I said, he's a tough guy, and it's a lot of blind faith out here, and we wish, that we didn't have to see this. No one wants to see this, ever. It's not fun at all.
Incidental contact, yeah. It's blind faith is a pretty good summary because that's what you have. And these are very skilled riders. A lot of these guys have been racing for decades, including Lance Coburn. So that blind faith also is that things are going to work out, and that's why professionals become more and more elite. So there's less turbulence. But even that's one of the misnomers, like, oh, he's a Cat 4, of course he crashed. Well, meanwhile, you turn on the Tour de France every single year. It's not like they skip a year. Every single year there's mad crashes because of blind faith, right? And because of a molecule that's a little bit off. Call it a brain fart. Okay, I don't know if I can say that live. But some sort of mishap. And it can send a ripple of energy that brings a surprise element. No matter who you are, you're subject to the cycling gods.
Yeah, I actually think there's less variables in a criterium than there is when you're watching the Tour de France. And I think that's part of the reason you see a lot of crashes in those Grand Tours. Is like, man, you're talking about the unknown. They can only recon so many roads and so many climbs and descents. And so you may have been there a month before and there was no road furniture, and all of a sudden there's an island there on a corner that you have taken a month before, at 50 Ks an hour, and now you turn the corner, there's an island, and next thing you know, murder she wrote. So yeah, I think they have it really tough racing the European roads. Nothing remains the same except the big monuments, the big climbs. That's, you don't really find any crashes there, but it's all the other things that really adds to the chaos of those big races.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of those races are point to point, and each city is getting paid for them to come through their city or to finish at their city, even a bigger payment amount of monetizing starts and finishes in the Tour de France. So there's not a lot of memorization. We'll look at, the pros will look at video, GPS, mouse-driven, trying to get ready for some of these events, but road furniture is a real thing. And then you have the occasional swag bag that flies out, or the cardboard poster, and whack, down go riders, spectators. There's not a lot of barricades over a period of 200 miles in some cases. Let's give a hand. Lance Coburn, we love you, man. We got this. All right, Lance. Thumbs up by Lance Coburn. These are the gladiators of the sport.
That's good to know. He's alert, right? He's conscious.
All right, brother Lance Coburn, we'll be checking in with you later on. I'll give you a text. I'll give you a call. Peace. Heal up, baby.
Yeah, I think that's 6 miles away. Orange or Santa Ana. Yeah, off of Tustin Avenue. Yeah, hey man. Thanks for you're a great teammate, man. Good to see you, man. I think I'll skip out on the last. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Tell Lance you go with him. I'm gonna take care of his bike and then go from there. Okay. What about his car? He has a change of clothes. He has all that stuff with him. He's going pretty close by. Okay. He'll probably his car will be fine here, and then discharge him. Just come back here. Okay. Because I have 2 guys with me as well. Instead of moving the car and then not knowing where it's at, just leave it here. It's safe. Yeah.
Shout out to Shane Lawler. What a great teammate, making sure his boys is good and just being with him. Shane Lawler, we appreciate you, man. Peace. Rolling out. We are recommencing, rebooting with 5 laps to go. Soft pedaling, soft pedaling. Got it. Okay, corrections and retractions. They're going to soft pedal for 1 lap, then regroup with 3 to go.
And I've been in situations like this before. This is hard as a bike racer to have so much downtime. The body thinks you're in recovery mode, and now you have to get going for only 3 laps. This is where the guy who has the fittest heart may be the best.
Yeah, the muscles do get cold. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, exactly. Who has the best cold start? Not I.
All right, if you're joining us now on lacrits.com, it's about 2:06 in the p.m., and we're about to have a restart, a reboot for our Masters 50 Plus. Been a very clean day. We did have a mishap, the first one of the day. They're going to regroup with 3 laps to go, talking about the 50 Plus. After that, we've got our Pro Elite Women
scheduled to go at 1:50, so obviously that we've lost time there. I'm not sure if we're going to shorten the race. That is not my call. $100 cash preem, $100. Make it safe, $100 cash preem, brought to you by the Taylor Clifford Project. It's a good thing. They'll stretch it out. Cannot leave that money on the table. This is a gambler's preem. So we'll see. Perhaps the gambler will come up and grab it. Talking about Kenny Rogers. He knows when to hold them and to fold them. As the wind does start to build, just a fraction, though we pretty much are over the 50-mile-an-hour gust, more stabilized now. Looks like we might have a solo rider. If that's the case, I'm thinking perhaps Kenny Rogers.
Look like they're all back together, and Cleveland Cycling Academy hitting out early to go for this preem. He can go home with $200. I think that guy's off. This guy is just cruising. He's actually get out of the way. I don't think he's. This is kind of hilarious.
He might be doing the Pro 1-2 race.
Yeah, I think he's not in this race.
Yeah.
Mike's bikes.
Yeah, good call.
In the way.
This is your leader making the corner right now. And here he comes now live. Battling through space and time right up
He's gonna
the
take
throat.
it.
Absolutely.
They're not even contesting with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
Anderson, Bortoletto picking it up.
So he's going home $200 richer. Now he can take his friends out for some food. With 2 laps to go, and he's standing on the gas, but Evoke has 3 riders riding at the front. One of the riders actually that was involved in that unfortunate crash, Anthony Freeman from Big Orange, is back up on his bike and in the mix. He's got a good turn of speed towards the end. We'll see if he still has some adrenaline from his crash that would propel him to the finish line. But that was a long time to be chilling. I would have maybe hopped on the rollers, just kept my body moving. But they saw 2 laps ago. They will be seeing 1 lap to go when they come around in about the next 90 seconds.
Definitely critical moments here in the final laps, 50 plus. Who will emerge? Can Bart Clifford go for the double today? A tremendous win earlier. He had about, 3 teammates in a split on Evoke to bring forth. They brought it forth indeed. Clifford taking the win in emotional fashion. The Clifford family here en masse celebrating the life of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford.
So it looks like I saw Bart maybe riding about 5th or 6th wheel, which is good because there's a lot of room to move up along the headwind section. But once you get to the backside and the speed picks up, it's very difficult to move because everyone can go pretty fast in a tailwind. So he's got his team on the front right now. Riding second wheel looks like Laguna man himself, Laguna cyclery Patrick Fetzer. And they're letting a gap open up right now, trying to figure out what's going on. I see Shane Bagley, and it's Bell Lap.
With one lap to go. One to go. Patrick Fetzer at the front.
So Bart was not riding 5th wheel. He is now up to about 5th wheel. He was about 10 riders back. He is now right on the go fast wheel, riding at about 6th wheel, 6th position. We got Pat on the front, followed by Dennis Grob. I can't make out who the 3rd rider is. And then it's Pat Carroll from Go Fast. Then we have Shane Bagley and then Bart Clifford. But fighting for the wheel is the tracky himself. He's got a cheat code riding the track. Kevin Phillips. He may actually be, I'm not even going to call it the upset, but he's really, really fast. And he has that track code, that cheat code riding the track. So it's going to be close. Will Bart have enough to beat a man who's only raced maybe once today? And Bart's got 2 races in his legs. Probably going to do another race at the end of the day. But here we are. Dennis Grob on the front, keeping the pace high.
Yes, and Kevin Phillips, very capable rider indeed, Mr. Bahati. You wonder if he's a little too far on the forward. Does not have any teammates as he is bracketed by Evoke, taking a big turn right now. And in the purple, in Cycle Rider, it looks like that could be Patrick Carroll. Indeed, Evoke is hovering right now, trying to get their man, the final booster. If he gets to the final 200, he has a kick like a Brazilian soccer team, talking about Bart Clifford.
Yeah, it's in there, and Kevin Phillips is fighting for the wheel. He is now 3rd wheel, so essentially he is really riding about 2nd wheel because that guy doing the lead out right now is going to pull off momentarily. It's Pat Carroll actually taking over, and Kevin Phillips is going straight out of the turn trying to catch the group off guard, and Shane Bagley drops a chain. He opens up a gap. And I can't make out who is 2nd wheel going after it. Kevin Phillips is going to win this thing outright because he attacked him at the right time.
Kevin Phillips, see the hat, see the rabbit, grab it right out that hat. Here comes Phillips, bringing it home in Costa Mesa. Kevin, boom, Phillips.
And a bike throw for 2nd between Shane Bagley and another group. What a move by Ironfly's Kevin Phillips. Hit out right out of turn 3. So you're talking about maybe like a 400-meter kick.
He's got a velodrome experience, Bahati. That was quite the feat, timing it to perfection. He took that, a bit of a flyer. He saw that door. It was ajar, and he went right through it, slammed it down.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what happens when the lead out stops. It was going good, and then once Pat Carroll pulled off, the lead out kind of stalled out, and with momentum, Kevin uses experience right over the top. Kind of like, textbook.
Textbook.
But you got to have the goods, too.
And like you said, I think one of the key words you just said, though, was momentum.
Momentum.
He was forward. Remember, he was too forward. But suddenly he had Mo and he had a gap, which he couldn't have planned, but he could exploit.
Absolutely. Perfectly said. Well done, 50+. Next up, the best race of the day. Let's see, I got to pick my winner before they take off. Let me see. I see Shani out there. All right, hey. And Psycho Mommies is deep. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Let's see who else is here.
Hard afternoon, ladies. You'll be racing for 40 minutes, 40 minutes. Lap cards will show with 7 to go. Free laps end at 5 to go. If you have wheels in the pit is over there, or the motorcycles on the day.net for the results. Any questions? All right. No one's going to get pulled. You're going to all race until the end. All right. Watch the lap card so you know exactly where you are. Rolling up, and we'll go on my whistle.
All right, moments away. In a highly anticipated contest right here, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a show.
We have Colleen here. Watch out. Yeah, you can't count her out.
Off and underway, racing for 40 minutes. Here we go. Welcome, everybody, to Costa Mesa, California. This is the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial.
Also saw 2 Legion riders. Kendall is out there. Did she? No, I remember last year she got set down. I think she's out for vengeance this year. I thought she was going to come around and hit that sprint, and she actually sat down.
Laurel Rathbun took the win.
Yes, I remember that. That was a big win for her.
Absolutely. It was a huge win, and that's one of the reasons why they called Rathbun up.
Yes.
She finished last season with Legions of Los Angeles.
She's been racing this year, so yeah, that's a good call right there with the good talent, local talent.
All right, this just in, our men pro, you're going at 3:05 on the dial, 5 minutes after 3 o'clock, so anticipate that if you're warming up. And if you can hear my voice, 3:05, kicking off the signature race, men pro 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes after 3 p.m. Another good rider, Feline Endress, no stranger to the podium, a good hard worker on In-Cycle Mommies. Dr. Endress, she's got an MD. Colleen Golick from Maryland, she's a Terp. She played, Colleen Golick actually she starred in field hockey. She's a national champion at Maryland in field hockey.
All these years, and I didn't know that.
Very, very humble.
That's why she's such a tough sprinter, you know. She spent a lot of time on the track as well. Very tough. Spent a lot of time on the road. Very tough. Got a good turn of speed at the end. Very witty out there. Knows how to race. Know how to read a race. Those are the sprinters you have to watch out for.
Also, a big shout out to Faster Me, who they are the title sponsor of this race. Faster Me. You can see the tent set up right here, start finish. Splashy, beautiful tent. Thank you. You've been here all day long, and certainly we appreciate you rolling it out and supporting bike racing. Those that are racing need to support those that are supporting. Pretty simple, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Faster Me. And Samantha Bosco, she is a paralegal world champion, and she's in this race right now as well, riding in the purple in cycles.
Did you just say she's a paralegal world champion? I think that's what you said.
I think I said that.
That's a new activity within the Paralympics. Maybe I can qualify.
You have your LSAT?
No, I'm not that smart.
I'm not sure what LSAT is either. I could have been a Rhodes Scholar except for my grades.
Yeah.
And I'm horrible at name dropping, according to my friend Matthew McConaughey and Rasan Bahati.
Yeah, but Sam's out there. Actually rode with her yesterday at the world famous Montrose ride. Had a good ride there. Kendall Ryan, Legion of Los Angeles, on the front, turning the screws right now. I think she's got a little bit of PTSD from last year. She's like, nah, that's not going to happen again. I'll show you how it's done.
I think Kendall won a major emotion this year, right, at Hughes Park?
Absolutely. She was off with another rider, just a 2-up. And, yeah, she's been looking good so far this year.
Kendall Ryan, U.S. Pro Champ. I mean, her palmarès very, very long, well-established, certainly one of the best domestic racers, bar none. She's a closer.
Yeah, it runs in the family. You know, she has a sister who's now back over in Europe. Her brother actually raced on my team back in 2010. Her dad's big advocate of cycling. Yeah, so big cycling family. So the women's race have been shortened from 50 minutes to 40 minutes. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. They'll just go faster, knowing that they have 10 minutes less to compete. And just looking at the live stream, there's already riders getting gapped off the back. I saw at least 4 or 5 riders being dropped from that pace that Kendall was setting as they rolled through the start-finish on that last lap. And then went through the headwind section, absolutely full gas. They didn't let up at all. And it's causing some gaps. That's right. Kendall is still on the front, just now pulling off. And we have a counter by In-Cycle Mommies. Remember what they did last year. They didn't take any prisoners, went off the front and won the race. So they look like they have the same strategy. They have 6 riders they can use to continue to dictate the race. Legion only has 2 riders. So they have to be very smart and strategic. They can't just fire off shots all day long for 40 minutes. It will come back to bite you. So we'll see how it happens with Mommies having 6 riders, counterattacking each other and trying to see if they can get a rider off the front. Three riders just off the back of the Peloton. Their best chance is to have the main field sit up in the headwind and just ride hard to get back in. But that's going to be a big, big task. And looking at the live stream, they are sitting up. They are spreading across the road. So if those riders keep their head down and keep going hard, they will get back in. Once they get back in, the goal is to move up. They cannot continue to hang in the back. That is where the accordion effect is, and you continue to ride hard, ride slow, ride hard. You can only do that so many laps before the for the legs absolutely give out. So I think the first 2 riders will make it back in. The last rider is going to have a difficult time. They are just now making turn 2, so that was a rest area where they can recover because the headwind is pretty brutal. You have to have someone that's extremely motivated to go to the front and pull hard through there. There are only 3 laps into this race, so things will start to develop as the race go on, shortened by just 10 minutes because of the unfortunate accident, but they will still be going pretty fast. And right now they are cruising. They are kind of spread across the road. No one is taking the initiative to animate the race right now. So we'll see who's going to be the first one to actually go off the front and attack. And as I said that, someone did launch an attack as they enter turn 3. They are now starting to be single file with one rider absolutely drilling it and looking back to see what kind of damage she's causing. None so far, just really stringing out the field. They are all together, slight little gap between the first 5 and to the main field, but they are now sitting up again.
Well, goodness gracious, we do have action out on course. The LAC course is a bit fractured. We have some riders just pinning it and now checking themselves. Yeah, so now they're easing up there on that corner. It's as if they fired a couple rounds, looked back, and it's time to counter. As if you have that momentum that we saw Kevin Phillips use at the front, obviously it's even better to bring it from the back. So by the time you pass the Peloton, you have a delta speed on your side. I think Bahati has won a race or two where he literally goes off the back of that wheel. I've seen it on video, and one time it was raining cats and dogs, so he backs off a little bit so that when he makes the pass, it's, oh my God, where'd he come from? It's one of the best tactics is to drift off, bring it. On road racing too, not just criterium racing. I used to use that tactic so that you almost lose that wheel and make it more difficult for your opponent to latch on.
Yeah, there are certain races where you could just ride the back. In this particular race, not a good choice because the field is not as big. But, you know, in the heydays of crit racing where there's 150 riders, you know, Super Week, there's 160 riders racing for 100K, you had time to ride in the back. You know, the race really didn't get going until about the third part of the race, so around mile 45, close to 50 miles. That's when the race really got going. But there are certain races, like, for instance, Athens Twilight, 1K course, no way you can ride the back. It's just, if you start at the back, that's where you're going to finish. You're probably going to get dropped. So it always depends on the field and the type of course you're up against.
Yeah, and a 1K, there's also a threat of getting lapped. You know, it could be a split. And you're like, I could easily ride that split. That's 30 guys. They got a free ride on a 1K lap. You know, it's a little bit different. Like Manhattan Beach Grand Prix, nobody's lapping. That's a 1-3, 1-4.
Yeah. You don't really need a warm-up, right? The laps are so big. They're so flowy. More than likely, if you're a decent cyclist, you're not going to get dropped. But, yeah, you take it. Even this course, like I said, I don't think if this field was, 80 girls deep right now, maybe you can ride at the back, but you run the risk of getting gapped because of all the different, elements right now, like the crosswind, the headwinds, the tight turns and whatnot. So I wouldn't even risk it.
That's a huge reason to be somewhat conservative with that, trailing the back is the wind. And like you said, Rasan, the reduced field size, you're almost like you're in a break at gun. So you got to be careful with being too cheeky sometimes.
Exactly. Yep, absolutely.
Ivan Dominguez, another rider that was very talented, skating the back in the caboose. You and Ivan somewhat similar, and you guys were teammates back in the day as well. Dominguez twice, yeah. Saturn and Rock. That's right. He was on Toyota as well, I believe. But that Rock program was pretty stellar. You guys were definitely stacked.
Yeah, I first met Ivan Dominguez. They call him the Cuban Missile at Westchester Parkway around 2001. I thought I was going to win the pro race. I was about maybe 50 meters from the line, and then a black guy went flying past me, and I was like, where did you come from? I thought I was the only black guy out here. And went to congratulate him on smoking me. And at the time, he didn't speak any English. He was just new to America, and we ended up becoming really good friends. And was an excellent bike racer. Actually, he is the only person that has won a sprint stage in all three of the tours that we had here. So Tour Georgia, Tour California, and Tour Missouri.
I was a spectator at Tour California in Long Beach there. At the Grand Prix circuit where they raced the cars, and he came in out of nowhere. That thing was nasty.
Yeah, and he sprinted in his hoods. Remember that?
That's
He
right.
never sprinted in drops.
That's right. And he would say, "Yo soy cubano." He'd get you. But he must have been able to have that the ability to pass 20, 30 on corners like you, because I've seen it on video where you can move up quite a bit through the apex where it's kind of no man's land to somebody else. But it's Bahati land and Dominguez land for you guys.
Yeah, I honestly, I think I owe that to track racing. That's when I got my start in cycling. Ivan Dominguez also got his start on the track. He was a pursuiter and also individual pursuit rider, team pursuit, and did all the endurance stuff like Points Race Madison. And yeah, we have some similarities. He was a lot stronger than me, though. He in the road races he was a lot stronger, but our finishing speed was about the same. And I think how we rode races were very good, and that's why we became really good teammates. I think when we were on Saturn and Rock Racing.
And Dominguez played football, spelled F-U-T. You played football in high school, as I did as well. So he was a bit of an all-around athlete. He wasn't just some cycling nerd. The guy he's a real pro.
No, absolutely.
I think he had a contract to play football, soccer, and he had to get out of Cuba, and it was a good call for him. He thanks his lucky stars to this day. He's really happy with his decision.
Absolutely, yeah. We're happy to have him here.
We are indeed. So back to the action. We've reduced this duration from a 40 to a 30, so we're not yet on lap cards. We've got a couple $50 to give away, so let's ring that bell when they come around.
Just a reminder to the pros, so you're all primed up. 3:05 is the start. 3:05. Chief Rep will let you know exactly how long you will be racing when you come to the line. The race will start at 3:05.
That's awesome. That's cool. These are leaders. And so once again, we are broadcasting live here in Costa Mesa, LACrits.com. Our Pro 1-2 Elite making the corner right now, immaculate, unscathed. It looks like we got a rider that on InCycles trying to get away, so maybe we'll give them a nudge, make it a little spicy. $50 cash preem.
$50 cash preem to the leader of the lap. Must catch 2 riders. $50. $50 is on the line, and look at this field. They are strung out.
Strung out like a French supermodel.
What are they strung out on? Is it just the French?
How about strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam?
In the red light district. This is kid friendly. Sorry. All right, I digress. There's kids here. We have some newborns here.
It's a family affair.
It is a family affair.
Sly Stone, man. Melissa Haley, also a very capable rider. She's out there battling. Morgan James, also no stranger to the podium. I believe she podiumed here and also recently.
All right, we just cracked the code to the vault. We've got some cash coming in this race right now, the women's race. And when we opened the vault, we also found some cash for the pro men's race. Some cash preems. So here comes our preem sprint. It's going to be contested by about 3 riders. Who's it going to be? Oh, a last push to the line. That was close. I'll let the chief rep call that one. And they have 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go. That was a big sprint. They turned turn 1 and absolutely let the parachutes out. Someone from the back that's feeling good can go right over the top and catch the group off guard. And as I said that, looks like a Legion of Los Angeles rider is going over the top right now. Followed by, that is definitely Colleen. But they're not going too deep. Just trying to keep the pace going. And they slid right in, single foul. So the pressure is on the hardest section of the course. Straight block headwind.
God, I'd love it if you could put the notes where they belong, which is here. Let's see.
I didn't know.
No, I know, because I might.
And now it's all back together. Everyone's kind of looking around to see who's going to go next. InCycle Mommies is well represented in the front, following the next move.
So, because I'm going to give this up.
As they enter turn 2, I see Kendall Ryan right on the wheel, riding wheel number 3, kind of surveying what's going on to make sure she doesn't miss out on an opportunity to catch a last move that can roll off the front. She showed she had the goods at the King and Queen of Crit in Long Beach earlier this year, riding off the front. You typically don't see that from a sprinter. But when you do, you know that they're good. You know that the speed, that the endurance, and the power is in check this year.
And not to scrutinize, I do wonder why this in-cycle rider has taken this long of a tug with none other than Kendall Ryan tucked right on her wheel.
They will be seeing 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go as they turn the corner here. We're getting down to the closing laps. We've got a surprise for them as well. Here they are, 5 laps to go. You are looking at 5 laps to go. Kendall looking cool as a cucumber as she comes to the start finish with 5 laps to go, surveying the field, making sure things go in her favor, keeping things in check.
For women, though, right? You sure? That's right here. Yep. Is there any, but have we missed some too, bro? Yeah, I think we did, right? Well, we can do it now. Right. Should we do 200? Because we're running out of laps. Yeah. We could do a $200 premium. Right? Am I reading? So they're gonna. Am I high? Because that says 2x 100. Yeah, so it'll be back-to-back premium. Yeah. It'll be a 200 and a 200. Right, let's do it.
So we have to ring the bell this lap.
Yeah.
And they'll be sprinting on 3 and sprinting on 2.
Got it.
Sorry, sprinting on. No,
Basically, next 2 laps. Yeah. Even if we get that wrong a little bit, we'll stick to the next 2 laps.
Well, high drama on the high seas. We have $500 we're going to unload. We've got to do it in a short amount of time. So we're going to give away a $200 premium. We're going to ring the bell on the next lap.
On this lap coming up, we're going to ring the bell for $200. And then we got a gambler.
The gambler will be 3 bills. That's 3 Benjamins.
So do you go for the win or do you go for the 2 preems? Now, here's the question. Can any rider win a preem and the race?
Kendall Ryan. I mean, it's a small population. There's going to be attrition. Or if it was Corey Lockwood, he could do it by going solo, right? Geez, tough question.
So we're gonna ring the bell when they come around for a $200 preem. So they'll be finishing on 3 to go with the preem, and then we're gonna ring another preem. Well, they will finish on 2 to go for $300. So right now the fill is not too animated all the way across the road. They'll be coming into turn 4 right now. One rider leading the fill through. A little bit of a gap, like she's trying to push to the finish. It's in Psycho Mommies, and we're going to ring the bell here for $200.
$200 cash on the line. $200 cash. $200. Thank you, Taylor Clifford Project.
So I saw Holly Breck riding towards the back. She heard the $200. She did a little sprint on the left-hand side to make up some space. And perhaps she is a really good rider to go for the preem because I'm sure she is here in support of her teammate, Kendall. She can get some cash and still support her teammate for the win. So we'll see what happens. I think when it comes to small group sprints, she's actually pretty talented in the finish with some speed. Not exactly a full-on sprinter, does a lot of work. She was racing for DNA last year, which unfortunately had to go away, but picked up by the best team around in the women's field, Legion of Los Angeles. So I'm sure they're going to be hitting the road soon. This is great for team bonding, having your main sprinter here and doing some work together to learn each other to figure out how to continue to deliver big wins on the bigger stage. So on the line, $200. All right, they're just entering turn number 3, just out of turn number 3. Someone's hitting out early. I think I saw this jersey earlier. Maybe Butcher Box. I couldn't really tell. She's trying to get a little bit of a gap. Followed by LABA. And here they are, $200 on the line. And who is it going to be?
Well, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Head down, elbows out. Golick is now coming to the forward. Colleen Golick is coming to the forward. Ring the bell. Colleen Golick. Okay, we're going to hang another lap. Yes. Colleen Golick, congratulations from Maryland, the Terp. $200 richer.
Hey, Steve, we'll ring the bell at 2 to go for the $300 gambler. Next lap. So the gambler is all about, do you risk not winning or getting on the podium for the cash? The gambler should always be finished when you see 1 lap to go. It's not a gambler if you're seeing 2 laps to go, because now you have an extra lap to recover. I've never, ever in my history, 25 years of racing, gone for a gambler because I like being on the top podium. But I don't know, man. It's got to be a number. I always had a number when I was racing professionally. And 500 was the number. It's like, if it's $500 in the race, not the gambler, but $500 in, oh no! Kendall is out of the race, more than likely with a mechanical.
That is a bummer.
Yeah, that is a bummer. She was looking really good.
Yeah, bummer. Well, because I was going to say, Kendall Ryan can go for the 1,500, first place 1,500, and have Holly Breck try to pick up the 300. That arithmetic is now done and dusted. Put that in the wastebasket. It looks like Holly Breck is the lone rider on Legions of Los Angeles out on course.
So you saw Colleen win that $200 sprint just now. If she recovers, she's a rider that you're going to have to watch at the end. She's got a good turn of speed. So a little update. Kendall, unfortunately, had an accident. Didn't see it on the live stream, so we hope she is okay. She looked fine, but hopefully she is okay. So we're going to be ringing the bell. The riders will be seen 2 laps to go, and they're going to be looking at $300 gambler preem. Can the gambler win the preem and win the race? That is the question of the day.
I love it. I like the conundrum that they're all facing right now. Cash on the line, and don't forget, $1,500. It's a bit top heavy on the purse. Equal gender, men and women, $1,500 for the win today. And here we go, sprinting, setting it up. We're going to ring the bell. $300. $300 cash right here. Gamble. $300 preem. $300 preem. Thank you, Dimitri and D9.
2 to go and $300 to the leader of the next lap.
So certainly Holly Breck, she's the first to be bummed about Kendall, her teammate, her new teammate. I was going to say earlier that I feel like Holly Breck leaving Team DNA has made a lateral move. because she was on a very strong team, more of a GC team, right? Legions of Los Angeles, arguably the best crit team in the U.S., in the States. Holly Breck is she once won the green jersey at the Tour of Redlands Classic, and that is a pretty serious feather in her palmarès. So Holly Breck moving over to Legions of Los Angeles. Team DNA now has folded up the chairs, and she has found a new home, and everybody wants Holly Breck. And trust me, it is a mutual love on Legions of Los Angeles. Holly out there alone, feeling the pressure.
Looking at the live stream here from LA Crits, a Faster Me is on the front looking like a legitimate team. They are all lined up, and now coming up next to them, like true professionals, in Psycho Mommies lined up. Looks like 3 deep, now 4 deep. 2 trains going on at the same time with the Gambler Preem on the line. 300 big ones.
That's beautiful. 2 trains. That Faster Me is Anastasia Yanchila, also in that group with the Faster Me. Merlina Bemis and Naomi Bizano setting it up, rivaling In Cycle Mommies.
Up Charity from Evoke is hitting out early, going for the 3 big ones, followed by LABA. Who is it going to be? They're going to come around this corner momentarily. Look down to your right, because here they come for the big $300, and they will be seeing 1 lap to go, but the $300 will definitely go to Evoke's Charity Chi. 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. Bell lap, 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. They are absolutely strung out right now.
Wow, I talked to Charity before the race. She said she's starting to feel better. She's coming around. She looked lean and mean, and she is now $300 richer. Thank you to Dimitri. Job well done, Charity. Cha-ching.
She's still got a little bit in the tank. She's absolutely sacrificing herself right now, just drilling it through the hardest section of this course, which is that headwind between 1 and 2. A Faster Me is still lined up. I see Colleen there. She is riding about 4th wheel. LABA is there. Mommies is there. Coming from the back, 2 riders from Encyclo Mommies going straight over the top. They try to get their sprinter in position to take the dub here at the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial GP in windy but beautiful Costa Mesa.
Oh, and it is tough sledding out there right now, Mr. Bahati. The wind's charging off the left, not laminar flow. It's truculent out there. It is chaos. And here comes a rider on the right from A Faster Me. This could be good for Encycle. The Mommies lining it up. A little bit of discombobulation. Here comes Holly Breck, wheel number 3.
Yep. And there's Colleen sitting 4th wheel. So the rider number 3 and rider number 4, actually, and rider number 5, 3 fast finishers that you're going to see momentarily come around turn forward, blazing speed. Positioning right now is going to be everything. Who's going to stay out of the wind?
And that's Feline Endress.
They're now in turn number 3, so 1 more straightaway to go.
A wild scramble on each and every corner. Desperate moves right
there it
here.
Is. Holly Breck going early with Colleen right on her wheel. This is in the favor of the trackie. Let's see what's going to happen. If she has the speed, she can make it.
Make it indeed. Here goes Holly Breck, and she is out of the saddle. Colleen going on the wheel. It looks like Holly Breck, Legions of Los Angeles, strikes gold again.
Boom, what a win.
Breck. Golick second. They absolutely timed that to perfection.
You know what they say?
The bull by the horns.
Coming off the bench, right? When one rider goes down, the other one steps up. She didn't miss a beat and absolutely killed it. This is the 3rd race in a row that the winner has hit out early and made it all the way to the finish line. So you pro men, it's a race to the last corner. I want to see it. All right, riders, you can take a lap if you're ready. Go ahead and take a lap, and you will stop at Alfie on the next go-round. Go ahead and take a lap. Man, you didn't even call me back. Don't call me Baby Rush. That's my dad name.
So Corey, Justin. Okay, he's here. Yeah, because I can take one or two and we go back and forth. Those I can do, and the one back and forth.
The call-ups are on.
Maybe. Okay. He's probably gonna make it because that's Butcher Box, Eddie Huntsman.
Eddie Huntsman, yes. Is Fitzer here?
Yeah, according to Mango, let's just say yes because she's pretty reliable. I don't see him. I want to do Luke because he's my homie.
So yeah, 1, 2,
That could be enough.
3. Well, let's just do. All right.
Hey, see, we're working on the call-ups right now. She might want to get it.
I told Jayden to go crazy, man.
Oh,
Should we call Jaden up or you?
Call Jayden up.
Really? That's nice, of you, man. Cool. Wisconsin boy. It's Yager, right?
Jaden Yeager.
4-time straight national TT champ.
Yeah, thank you. 4 times.
I wish Lockwood was here. Him and Lockwood.
Oh, he's not
Right?
Where are they?
Corey's not here, Lockwood?
Paya said he's not here.
I'm tired of riding circles around.
Right, man. Fuck you guys. Y'all, I'm winning so
I
easy.
love these kids, man. I gotta say. So I'll take Luke. I'll take Jaden because I've been out in Wisconsin. You got who do you want?
I'll do Corey, Justin.
So Sharon doesn't want to come up.
Yes.
It's fine.
Give it to Jayden.
Okay, good call.
Corey, Justin, Eddie.
Yeah, we just do like 4 or 5 people. So you want to take the rest or?
I'll do Corey, Justin, and Eddie.
Okay, we'll alternate.
Hey,
Same
man,
thing.
y'all started us.
Yeah, we'll go back
Do
and
one
forth.
more though, so it'll be 6 total.
I don't have to start this.
You guys got a couple people you want to call
Yeah.
up?
Now seeing the drone shots, it took me a while to realize, oh shit, I'm actually looking at a drone shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be a nice surprise for Jayden.
You could tell you fucking had him on the leash today.
I was gonna have him bring back Eric, but I was like,
You can't do that.
yeah, that's why I was like,
Hey, we need some dope music for this, man.
some Rocky or something.
We need something that's gonna make you tap your feet, bob your head.
They ain't playing that
Hey.
music. Keep me dancing in the
Hey.
kitchen with it, girl with.
I know.
David Gonzalez is your teammate. David Gonzalez, he's your teammate. He needs to hang out in your tent. He's dropping shit all in my van. He didn't spill the drink. He got his clothes everywhere.
Man, he's.
I'm like,
All right,
bro.
guys. Hey, you gave it to us. I'll see you inside.
All right. This is the second best race of the day. We just witnessed the best race in the women's. They got a lot to do to make sure we're excited. And we're going to do a few call-ups. I saw him lurking earlier. We want to bring to the line Nation's #1 beast, Mr. Corey Williams. Multi-time national champion, Belizean national champion. And don't talk crap to him because he'll block you.
All right, riding this year for Skyline Cadence, This young man has been a lead-out man for none other than Lucas Bourgoin. He's got the coin. The young Lion of Laguna, Luke Pfister!
And another Williams brother, the leader, the brainchild of Legion of Los Angeles. We want to bring to the line Justin Williams. Make a hole, make a hole, make a hole.
Come on up, J-Dub. We see you. Red Bull up. This young master rider has not one, not two, not three, 4-time national champion in the TT from Wisconsin. Give him a warm, cheesy applause. Yaden Yeager!
I remember when he was knee-high from the tree high. Go to the track. He was about right here to my hip. Now he's way taller than me, way stronger. Let's bring to the line Eddie Huntsman.
And finally, we got to represent iSpeed. iSpeed, this guy is an all-arounder with early results. iSpeed sprinter and all-arounder, Giovanni the Bear. Come on up, Giovanni. And to the rest of the field, come forward. This is the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix course.
Racers, you'll be racing for 6-0. You had to cut for 10 minutes off because of an earlier incident, so you'll be going for 60 minutes. Lap cards will show at 7 to go. Free laps end at 5 to go. We will start on my whistle in about 25 seconds.
And one last call-up. Our winner from last year, sorry we missed you, Dante Young to the front line.
Yes, Dante to the front. That's the man who took all my money. Make some room, please, for Mr. Dante Young.
Same day registry.
Dante, thanks for making it. I know you made some moves to get out here today.
Danto Inferno.
$100 $100 to the leader lap. $100. Racing for 1 hour, 60 minutes. In the first 3 laps, we have $100 each lap. Let's see what happens.
All right, Dimitri, you got your pen. We got the ATM digits.
Another rider out there from Los Angeles Bicycle Academy that's worth noting is Noah Mandow. Absolutely crushed it at King and Queen of Crit in Long Beach earlier this year, and then had a good run a couple weeks later at Roger Milliken, not winning, but really showing his kilo capabilities here out in the crits. So definitely keep an eye out for him. Young guy who's got some good legs underneath him, who can go pretty deep. I see Rex Roberts on the list, SoCalCycling.com. Yeah, Matt Mando's, he's got the goods. He's fearless, strong, understands sprints, understands positioning, how to catch people off guard. And so we have one rider right now going solo. They're going to try to make it to the line, but Cleveland Cycling Academy, that's iSpeed, giving chase. Let's see if he makes it to the line for that first. We're going to ring the bell again for another $100.
$100.
That's Mike Spikes.
$100.
Mike Spikes went in with another $100 on the line. $100 on the line. $100 on the line. So I see Luke Fetzer and Patrick Fetzer on the start list. We called up Luke. Is this a father and son duo today? Is Patrick out? Oh, Patrick said no. Oh, man. You could have been like Soulja Boy. You could have been the first father-son. You could have been the first. Maybe not. How many races today, Patrick? Oh, just one. Oh, you're slacking. So our buddy right here, Dimitri, has put his, he still has his hand in his pocket. They say the money is burning a hole in his pocket, so he's going to give it to the cyclists out here. These preems, the $300, the gambler preem, thank you. Not all of them, but you're a big contributor. We appreciate you. Makes racing very exciting, and the cyclists really appreciate it as well. So they are all together as they enter the backside here. And on the line is another $100. Someone just hit out early between the last two turns. Let's see who this is. He's head down. Now he's looking back to see. Oh, and he's got a gap. So no one is really committed to, chase these riders down.
This could be another Mike's bike. Here we go. Coming through that corner. He has got shoulders up. An easy Hunsky. Ringing the bell, another $100 cash preem, $100 cash preem, $100 cash preem, money, 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 money. Chris Hildreth picking up the buck.
That was Chris Hildreth, another strong rider, new to the sport, doing some coaching, really advanced really well. $100 richer. And if he doesn't have any teammates, he's definitely $100 richer. Big shout out again to all the vendors, keeping us fed, hydrated, caffeinated. Huge shout out to LA Crits for bringing SoCal Crit Racing to the nation. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, something like 8 cameras out there on course. LACrits.com. Directed and produced by Ray Mars.
Ray who?
Hell, we don't know. Cesar Cosa. Nobody's met him, actually. The man is a magician behind the curtain.
We were just talking about Cameron Bond, and he's on the front after. They're not teammates anymore, but they're definitely really good friends. Maybe he was trying to slip off the front so they can have a steak dinner tonight. And here's another early hit. It looks like it's Hildreth again. It is.
So Chris Hildreth, he's taking that corner immaculate with a gap.
And we're going to keep it going with another $100. Chris Hildreth is taking one, another $100. Another $100. $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem. That's one way to keep it fast. Let's see if they will stay single file throughout turn 1 and 2. Slight little uphill is not going to register as a gradient, but it's definitely a slight little incline, more like a false flat with a little bit of rough pavement. Nothing that's going to mess you up, but you also have the headwind.
Yeah, and it's getting a bit turbulent on the west side. Trying to choose laminar flow is really, really important. Protected side on the right side of the road.
A lot of riders have raced at least 3 races today, especially the Masters racers. You had a 30-plus that you can race. Then you had a 40-plus. So if you're 50 years old, you can race 30, 40, 50, and the pro race. Another C-Notes CM. Like Jaden Yeager from Methods to Winning is off the front. They're going to pay close attention to this rider. He is a 4-time national champion in the Masters category. If he were to do the Elite category, he would finish in the top 5. So he doesn't race Elite, he races Masters, but his time is good enough, and Justin's like, nah, I'm not letting you get away. So Justin Williams is taking chase to Jaden.
Yes, Jaden Yeager.
And he goes over the top. We're doing another one because money is just falling out of the sky today. Justin Williams taking the preem. $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem to the leader next lap, $100. So Jaden is going to get back on the gas. This could really, really hurt Justin. If I were Justin, I'll say, look, I got my 100, probably don't really need it. I'm not taking the pull. I'm going to go back to the field. Because if they stay out there long enough, it puts Justin in a peculiar situation where he's either going to have to hold on or he's going to have to start working. I've ridden the wheel of Jaden Yeager. It is not that fun. Trust me.
Yeah, Yeager is an absolute beast on the machine, and he will make ribbons of the asphalt if you give him a gap. He's a bit like a Corey Lockwood. Would have been fun to have Corey Lockwood out here today, defending champ. Of course, we had 2 of these races last year, one by Lockwood and the other one, the first one by Mr. Dante Young. Miami Blazers going back-to-back at Costa Mesa Grand Prix last year.
When's the last time you've been to a crit in Southern California or anywhere where $500 were given out in the first 9 minutes? Yeah, exactly. Nowhere.
Costa Mesa. We are making it rain here in Costa Mesa, about 5 miles from the coast, 35 miles south of Los Angeles, 90 miles north of San Diego. This is the epicenter of Criterium bicycle racing today.
So that move with Justin and Jaden really caused a reaction from the field. You do not want a duo. Now we have Dante, we have SoCal Cycling. It's 6 or 7 riders now, but they're not cooperating. They're kind of all looking around, and it is $100 on the line, so that could be the caveat. Do I go all in or do I wait for the $100? And look at the field. They are sitting up, but Chris Hildrix is definitely like, I'm not missing this move. I got to get across.
And that's Corey Williams. Corey is driving at the front. Ronnie Toth hanging on the back. Corey Williams taking the lead right now. He is right up the throat. We're going to ring that bell because we are sadistic. $100 cash.
$100. $100 cash, and then leader of the next lap. $100 cash, you have to catch the leaders. $100 cash, you have to catch the leaders.
Oh my! And the most dramatic things we've seen all day long, it is on right here, right now in Costa Mesa. Goodness gracious, a waterfall, a cavalcade of cash.
$600 in 10 minutes of bike racing. If you have some money you want to burn, bring it over. We'll keep ringing it.
We get paid the same. We got 6. We hear 7-7. Bart Clifford, 7 man in black. The man Evoke is coming forth. He's opened his wallet. He's bringing forth cash, money, hard money on the line. This is not crit coin. This is the real deal. We're talking about American lettuce, 100
We're going to
3 more
do
laps.
$1,000 in preems in the first 13 minutes of a bike race.
Bart Clifford to the podium. Bart's right here.
Hey, wait a second.
Bart's busy giving away. He's giving away his cash right now. We don't want to interrupt.
Marty, timing's everything.
Another fine example of California's gold.
Ice sports?
I have seen many things. I have seen mosquitoes killed by sledgehammers. I have seen quadriceps ripped up and thrown in the salad spinner just to see what comes out. I have never, in all my years, seen this type of race from the get-go, 100, 200, 300, etc.
We've got Luke Fetzer and Corey Williams off the front right now, going for the $100. We got to ring another bell
$100.
for another $100. Luke Fetzer takes the hundo and then turns on the afterburners with Jaden Yeager in absolute no man's land.
Well, that's Luke Fetzer, ladies and gentlemen. He is the young lion of Laguna. This cat can roll.
Just so you guys know, we're going 3 more laps with the hundos.
I got to
The
get
C
on.
notes.
I got to widen the margins on WordPerfect over here. Let me see. Clicking through. We've got plenty of room here on page 2.
So when I was negotiating, announcing, they said they didn't have the budget. Man, I got played.
Welcome to Costa Mesa. If you're at the table, you're not sure if you're getting played, you might just be the mark. Oh, I love it. We are having.
Bart said he wanted to pay me in inner tubes and CO2s.
Oh, my goodness gracious. No, back in the day, you'd be out there with the ATM digits, right?
Man, you know, we used to have these races. You're familiar with them. It was called Dash for Cash. You don't see that often, but this is definitely a quarter of the race is Dash for Cash.
And I was there when Justin Williams won a big preem at Downers Grove. I think it was about $12K. The ladder preem in dark.
Downer Avenue.
Downer Ave.
Yeah,
right.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's right. Super week, baby. We're having a super good time here in Costa Mesa. Certainly it has been game on from the get-go.
So that was impressive. Luke takes the sprint from super fast Corey Williams and then hits the afterburners to try to keep the party going. But they are all back together, and we're going to be ringing the bell again after this preem lap winner.
Yeah, and these cats are strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam as they're going snake-like, one gutter to the next. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is the telltale that the pace is on. It hasn't let up. If you're being caught off the back foot, you can almost not recover. Let's see what happens after we finish throwing out the preems if the group actually kind of, reshuffle.
That's right. A little early to prognosticate, but Dante Young not taking any of this bait. Perhaps Dante's got bigger prizes. $100. $100 cash preem. $100 cash preem.
And that was Luke Fetzer again, back-to-back preems. $200 so far in the pockets.
Wow, Luke Fetzer, it is homegrown mango from the Garden of Labor, bringing that love. And Luke it's finger licking good right there. Back to back, Jack. Well done, Fetzer.
Mr. Fetzer, I think you made a good call to sit this one out. Me too.
Dimitri, we appreciate your love. And once again, we are broadcasting live on lacrits.com. Does not get any better than this. Directed and produced by Ray Mars. Thank you so much to Majestic Cycling and Evoke Racing. And of course, the Taylor Clifford Project. Empowering women one day at a time.
All right, the group is on the backside. They are all together. One rider just kind of dangling off the front, looking back, kind of seeing what's going on. They are spinning for $100. I see Eddie Huntsman sitting second wheel on the tops, just kind of like cruising. Looks like Rex Roberts is on the front. That is Rex Roberts, perhaps trying to slip off the front to get $100 in his pocket. It's not going to happen. He's just sat up. Someone is getting ready to throw an attack. I see it. It looks like it's going to be Luke again. He's third wheel coming out of this last corner. Does he have enough to sprint 3 laps in a row? He's going to take it.
Costa Mesa.
We're ringing it again. $100. Another $100. 3 in a row for Luke Fetzer. This is home court advantage. Orange County kid showing you what's up.
Most certainly there is on display here today dexterity, sprinting capabilities, toughness, grit, true grit out on there. And I tell you what we're also seeing is unity in the cycling community. We had that one mishap. Unfortunately, Kendall also missed her finish, but it's been nothing but simpatico here in Costa Mesa, California. Luke Fetzer showing not 1, not 2, but 3 back-to-back Jack. My man right here, Rasan Bahati, won Manhattan Beach Grand Prix back-to-back. The only to three-peat at Manhattan. I'm thinking about you, Bahati, and I'm seeing this next kid, Fetzer, doing great things out on course.
You know, you could win back-to-back races, but a lot of it is you definitely got to have the fitness. But things just have to go your way. Those 3 years, I didn't have any flats. I avoided all the crashes, and my fitness was good. But that is hard to do, man, because, you know, as we saw today, things happen.
Well, Manhattan Beach has got 6-3 runnings. No man has done 3 in a row there. Only a doubles. Justin and Corey both.
You hear that, Williams family?
Scott McKinley, a 3-time winner at the MBGP. There's only 4 of them, so there's your Mount Rushmore. Bahati, Williams, and Scott McKinley back in the 7-Eleven days and Coors Light.
So Jason Paez is leading out right now. He's on the front, perhaps trying to help Justin maybe go for another one. And they're already starting to sprint right now. Looks like Cameron Bond and Luke Fetzer, second wheel. He's going to take 4 in a row. I'm calling it right now. I'm doing the Steph Curry no-look three-pointer from the arch.
From downtown, nothing but net. $100.
$100. One more $100. $100 on the line. Paez is still on the front, setting tempo. And Luke Fetzer is thinking about how his bank account is growing. Hey, Dad, does he have a girlfriend? That's too bad. That money's gone. All right, well, moving on.
She's a keeper. Come on now. Empowering women one day at a time. And what about Fetzer putting on an absolute display of dexterity and grit? Man, I am so proud of that young man. He's got new colors. He's on the Cadence program. I'm sure Lucas Burgoyne is watching somewhere down in Texas after racing Primavera, a race I did back in the day in Austin this weekend, and he is beaming with pride. If he's not catching it live, he'll catch it on replay. Hey, Lucas. Luke is taking care of business over here on West Coast.
So everyone, let's meet at Javier's in Newport. Dinner's on Lucas.
What about a stop?
Luke Fetzer is paying for everyone.
For you, Louis Vuitton, South Coast Plaza, 1 mile this way.
I passed that exit.
Me as well, bro. And by the way, Mr. Bahati has relaunched the podcast, Fear the Fro,
Hug the Bro.
Indeed.
You can check it out on YouTube. You can check it out on Amazon Music, Spotify, Apple Play. Give me a stream. Give me a thumbs up, a sub. I'll appreciate it.
Very cool. Very cool. Very generous with your pearls, regaling us with information on and off the professional circuit.
So we got a Williams brother in the front and a Williams brother in the back. That is CJ Williams holding down court in the back. And like Chris Hildrix is kind of trying to go for this very last $100 premium. It's not the last premium of the day, but it's the last one.
That's another one.
We got more money. Are we ringing it again? 100? $100 premium. Chris Hildrix, take the 100 and another $100 premium. $100 premium from Majestic Cycling. A $100 premium coming from Majestic Cycling to the leader of the next lap.
Well, how about Hildreth? He's got 3 C notes in the back pocket.
Not a bad day.
Not at all.
For an hour's worth of work. $300 an hour? You make $300 an hour?
Well, not to mention he's doing something that he loves.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Bush League.
Money won is always far superior than money earned. You really think about it. You win $100 at a poker match. You're like, right on. You get an extra 100 on your paycheck after 2 weeks. It's like, thanks, boss.
So looking at the live stream here from LACrits.com, Eddie Huntsman. I can't make out who the LA Bike Academy rider is. Followed by Spencer of Methods to Winning. And then Chris. Not sure what team he is on. I would get that. He's on a new squad. I believe he's out of
Guillotine?
No, he's not on Guillotine anymore. Where's Hildreth? Empire. Where's Empire, from Utah? Yeah, Empire from Utah. So he's got a new squad he's representing, and he's representing well today.
Absolutely. Team Empire from Utah representing here at Costa Mesa. Hildreth looking like he's in pretty good shape right here. Huntsman now checking his shoulder.
I just got back from Florida doing some training. You go to Florida, it's an easy way to tell if you're in shape because all of those guys can ride. Every last one of them. From 12 years old to 65 years old. So we have another 100 on the line right now. Who's going to sprint for it? $100. Chris Hildreth hitting out early. Final ball, Eddie Huntsman. Eddie wants nothing to do with it, or maybe he does. Will he pop late? Nope, another $100.
Hildreth taking it from the Empire, 100.
Was that 400 for Chris?
Four solid Benjamins for Mr. Hildreth.
So 19 minutes, and we've given out, was it $800? $900? $1,100 in 19 minutes. Now, we can keep this up. The local scene could actually make a living. We don't have to go back to work. Real work.
Yeah, definitely some good cake here in Costa Mesa.
Jason Paez, Eddie Huntsman off the front, drilling it. A wiggle of the right arm for Paez to come through. 2 really strong riders here off the front. I do not think 2 riders on this course is enough, especially when you have other teams out there that can bring it back. It's very, very difficult to stay off the front with just 2 riders here. However, we did see it in the 40-plus race, a race that I participated in. They did roll off the front with about 5 laps to go and was able to do it with Eric Anderson. And I don't know who the other rider was, but they absolutely crushed it, put about 30 seconds on us in no time. So we got a counter move. I know this body language from anywhere. That is Jaden Yeager, Methods to Winning. On the front, turning the screws, keeping the pace high. Got these guys strung out. He's kind of looking around wondering, hey, you going to pull through? The bad thing about following Jaden, he goes so hard you can't pull through. So when we were teammates, it's like, bro, you got to tone it down just a little bit to give us mortals a chance to actually pull through. So they are cooperating a little bit, but they're not really together. They a little disorganized here. Paez is pulling through as we come to the start-finish. Just about 21 minutes into the bike race.
Jason Paez, he strikes such a cool silhouette on the machine. A dynamic rider. Super domo, but the guy can win out on his own. Very popular rider in Los Angeles. Talking about Jason Paez.
So we got a trio just off the front, not by much, about 3 or 4 seconds. They do look like they're cooperating now with each other. They're starting to get a rhythm. But Jaden is putting down too much power. I can't tell from the live stream if he's off the front or off the back of that group. I'm going to assume he is off the front because he is looking behind him right now. So number 12 from Methods to Winning, all the way from Wisconsin, is off the front right now. There's a car on the course. That's weird. Always a Prius driver. Me too. There's a Prius on the course. Just heads up. Jaden went flying past him like, oh, this is not good. We got our chief ref, Steve, on the moto coming to barrage the Prius, get him out of the way. So Jaden's off the front, and we have 4 riders chasing Jaden, and then the rest of the Peloton. Who called Uber or Uber Eats? If I see you get a delivery, I am not exaggerating. You do not want to give Jaden a bunch of rope. This guy, he rides like Corey Lockwood. He could ride at 400, 415, 425 for an hour. You do not want to give him much rope. It's going to force teams to get together and actually chase this guy down. And he is not a pro. He has a full-time job. He's an engineer. But he has a motor on him. And he can ride and ride hard for a long time. So he's got 6 seconds to the group of 4, and then the group of 4 has 2 seconds to a group of 3, and the main Peloton is about 10 seconds behind Jaden Yeager of Methods to Winning. So SoCal Cycling has 2 riders on the front trying to bring this thing back together. I see Corey Williams in there, Cameron Bonds, Eddie Huntsman, all riding towards the front of the Peloton right now. Riding on the far left side, a place in my 40-plus race we didn't even touch. We kept things all on the right-hand side of the sidewalk there. And Jason Paez is the leader of the Peloton, trying to bring these guys back, and we have an attack. This could be iSpeed. Our iSpeed rider is going to try to get across.
That's Giovanni Romero.
Giovanni.
Good legs on Giovanni right now. We saw him win the road race, I believe it was UCLA, something like that, early on season. No, it was a different one that used to be UCLA. Anyway, it was a coming out road race this year. And he hung on solo and got caught at the line, and he was sprinting with legs of cement. Poor college kids. Good pull, RB. And he's a great rider. I like his style. Giovanni Romero can roll. There he goes, clean, unscathed, and here comes Corey Williams. In tow is, once again, Jaden Yeager.
One rider we haven't talked about much outside of the call-up. Last year's winner, Dante Young, doing his own thing this year. It's actually a good thing for Dante. He can learn how to float the wheels, how to use other teams to his advantage. He could pull off another one, a back-to-back. But we'll see. He's playing it cool right now. He hasn't showed anything, which is the way to do as a sprinter. You just want to hide. The only time you want someone to see you is in the last 150 meters. So far, he's done that. But Corey Williams is deciding to stretch his legs right now. He is absolutely ripping it through through turn 1 and 2, and the field is sitting up. Now, this is interesting. I would totally let Corey Williams go off the front as well. Not known to be a guy who has good sustained power, but can sustain power in the sprint. So kind of an interesting move for Corey. We do take a lot of these races for training. He could have perhaps rode 3 hours this morning and then came here to do the crit. This is all training, good hard racing leading up to the bigger races later this year.
Yeah, it could be that he's just trying to crush you being typecasted. I know Justin did that a lot. He was known as a field sprinter. Then on these local races, he was going OTF all the time. So also we know that Corey has been working on his TT bike quite a bit. And perhaps he's found a different level. He can stick it out there.
That's Dante. Speaking of Dante, his ears were burning. He literally just shot out of the pack. I don't know where he's going, though. Is he a good companion for Corey off the front? So this is another interesting move, right? Okay, so there's 2 other riders in between Corey and Dante. Dante goes right over the top of those 2 riders like they're standing still.
That was a textbook bridge by Dante Young. He has now latched on to Corey Williams.
So we get a better view of what's going on. Corey is off the front with eye speed. Eddie Huntsman and Chase. Eddie now has Dante Young. So that was a good move, actually, by Dante. You have 2 really strong pursuit riders with 2 sprinters. This is a situation you definitely want to be in. So they're trying to get across, but they have to do it now. Once they turn 1 and hit the headwind, if you don't have yet that good speed, your inertia kicks in, and it's a wrap.
And that's Luke Lynch with SoCalCycling.com. He is trying to dramatically scratch and crawl to get across that move. Dante Young came out of that pack like a bullet.
How old is Dante? We got his age on there? I don't think he's so young anymore.
He's forever young, man.
Forever young. Hey, no sleeping in the Bahati Mobile. If you asleep, get up. Oh, he's young. 30 años. 30 años. Is that how you said? 30 años.
Sí. Gracias con gusto.
I see you, David. All right, so Dante and Eddie Huntsman are about 5 seconds ahead of the lead Peloton, and they're going to make the catch to Corey and Giovanni. So we're going to have a quartet here pretty soon, or maybe not. They're kind of holding each other at the same distance. The problem with not doing it right away, especially on a course like this, is that along the course, you go the same speed, right? So when you're in the tailwind, the front group's going 30 and you're going 30. So you have to dig and get there soon. So they are now, 4 riders are now off the front, which is a very good group, good solid group. But I don't know if it's the right group. And as we look at it now, they're all looking at each other. Corey's looking at Dante. Dante's looking at Eddie. And Giovanni is rolling off the front.
He is indeed. Romero's sticking to his plan. If you guys want to play, I'm out here. We got to have a rotation. If it's not well organized, it's over. Here comes Romero through start-finish right now. Huntsman at the point on wheel number 2. Hildreth on the point in the frothy chase.
Even though they're not teammates, when you're off the front and you're giving yourself a 1 in 4 chance to be on the podium, you have to become teammates until the last lap. You have to say, look, I'm throwing away my colors for now. I'm going to ride with you, and we're going to do this thing all the way to the end. If not, they're not going to make it.
And most of those riders were not grabbing the $100 biscuits in that breakaway, so they haven't exhausted all the sugar from their legs. But
yeah, Corey Williams would for one. That was the first one that Fetzer won, and then he went on a tear for 3 more laps after that. So we haven't talked about Luke since the prize money or the pre-money. So I'm sure he's recovering, taking in some carbs right now, some sugar, and he's going to look towards the second part of the race.
Although we saw Hildreth coming through, so he's getting his legs back after a wobbly 400. Hildreth at the front of the chase without teammates.
So on the backside, the group is all back together. No more riders are off the front. It looks like Justin Williams hitting out right now. I can tell by the pedaling style. But there's one rider that just went over the top, looked like SoCal Cycling, and then Justin is chasing him. So Justin Williams being a bit active today, getting the legs underneath him. He's been so close this year, seconds and thirds. Maybe today is the day. I know when I was racing, I had to open up my legs. I just couldn't sit in the Peloton and think I can rip one off at the end. I had to do some efforts inside of the race to make sure that my legs were opened up. So perhaps this is a tactic by Justin Williams.
It's counterintuitive, but that actually makes sense. Sometimes you got to shake and bake it, get it out, and he's stretching out the legs right here, right now. In good position, Justin Williams looking strong.
We're talking about Luke Fetzer saving it after all those pre-laps that he won, and he was the last man on that little split right there, which is all back together now. And you know who else was in that split? Jaden Yeager. All right, the Peloton is on recess right now. This is the moment where you start taking in some calories, drinking some water. The first 20 minutes of this race was absolute full noise. They did not get a break. They had to go full gas as there were $1,100 in preems. And as I say that, someone I know a lot who comes out to the Eldo Crit Series we put on Tuesday nights, Brandon York, is off the front doing what he does best, and which is ride hard.
Riding for farmers, there goes York. We have seen a star of cast, right? It's onesies, twosies. It just keeps rotating. Every lap looks different from the prior lap. This is bicycle racing. Crit racing is absolutely the best. It's so spectator friendly.
It is spectator friendly, and I often, when my family comes to the race, my mom, dad, everyone else, they like to take a lap. Take a lap. You can do it in 45 minutes, 40 minutes, and you get to see the entire race and see what's going on in different parts of the race. But thanks to LACrits.com, we can see the entire race via live stream.
In Technicolor, the resolution is amazing. You can actually make out the aggregate in the asphalt. You can see the trench plates here. You can see the grade, roughly about 2-3% grade, and that really starts to wear on the legs over duration. There is attrition in this race, And on the pictures, you can see that grade as they face a block headwind, not unlike a wet newspaper to the face.
Could you imagine if there was no building straight ahead? I mean, that headwind would be 10 times worse.
And it's tree-lined. This course is definitely a tree-lined course, so there is some wind protection, and it is still blowing down the hatches.
And looking at the live stream, we have Jaden Yeager again. Looks like Jason Paez. And I'll get a number on the third rider. Oh, that's Brandon York. All right, now this could be good. 3 riders that like to ride hard are just 2 seconds off the front. When they come through the start finish, it'll be a telltale what the Peloton considers them a threat or not. They're not fully together. Brandon York is just off the back of the duo, and Cameron Bond is bringing it back together, bonding things together. You hate a guy that bond things together, don't you? You just wish, man, just let him roll. But he is a nice lieutenant, rides hard all the time, likes bonding things back together, no pun intended. Yeager, Paez,
and the faces of Payne and York just hanging on by the skin of his teeth. York definitely was digging ditches out there. Those 3 riders trying to stick together. Of course, I think they'd want more company right here, right now, as the wheels are starting to fall off. They have been riding like their hair is on fire.
Wow, I've been having a lot of fun up here. I thought they were only about 30 minutes into the race. They are 45 minutes into the race already, so only 15 minutes to go in this bike race. They'll be seeing lap cards this lap. So, with 7 laps? 7 to go already. That's what happens when you throw out the C notes for the first 20 minutes of this bike race.
That's right. We are inside of 8 laps to go. And now you are definitely riding with a sense of urgency. This is indeed where the wick gets sticky. Now, everybody in the red zone. Who's it gonna be today? Who will emerge and pick up the leader's jersey, the winner's jersey, brought to you by the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial. What a day it has been. A celebration of life and of good sport.
Yeah, big shout out to Bart, man. I've known Bart for a long time. He's recently come around and be like, you know what? I'm gonna really turn this thing on his head, and he's been doing a lot of good stuff in our community, and you see it today. So big shout out to Evoke, everyone who supports Evoke Racing, Bart Clifford, the entire family, the nonprofit, and everything else. And we have to support those who support us. So make sure you support everything that they're doing. Majestic is out here making sure we have a good time. And, of course, bringing our live feed, LACrits.com.
That's right. If you think these races go on without human intervention, well, you'd be sadly mistaken. It definitely takes teamwork to make it. Look at Yeager going again.
I like this. We got Legion and Methods to Winning off the front. We got the old man and the young man off the front.
And there's Luke Fetzer with 7 laps
to go.
That's right, 7 to go. Fetzer and Corey Williams now. They are linked right now. They are hip to hip engaged, trying to get across. This is a very, very dramatic moment in this bike race. Pandemonium with fractions in the Peloton. Attrition, the faces of pain. So many gaps right now. Absolute dogfight out on course. Sometimes it's about toughness, sometimes savage determination is what is required.
SoCal Cycling, Luke Fetzer, Corey Williams giving chase to Jaden Yeager and Jason Paez with I-Speed, Giovanni closing the gap. This thing will be all back together as they come through the start-finish, seeing 6 laps to go. That's Mike's Bikes. Mike's Bikes, I think, was the first rider to win the first $100 preem as we kicked off this race.
You are correct, sir, and it is definitely getting hot out there. Here we have it. It's March Madness. Do you have your brackets filled?
There it is, all back together. Corey's looking good, sitting 5th wheel, 4th wheel now. Jaden sliding back through the Peloton. 6 laps to go, gentlemen, 6 laps to go. 6 to go on the bike race. Justin sitting pretty far back with 6 laps to go, and the heat is on. But if anyone can do it, he can do it. Moves through the Peloton very effortlessly with his younger brother sitting up front. Is CJ still out there? CJ will throw one down for the team.
Oh, he will fall on the sword, no doubt about it. Rex Roberts on the inside. He is tucked, and he is making a jailbreak right now. There goes Rex Roberts.
And here come the onesie-twosies. Chasing Rex. Can't make out who the second rider is, but definitely third rider is Corey. 4th rider is Fetzer.
It is interesting. Fetzer and Corey Williams have been sort of joined at the hip alone. There's space in front and behind. This could be one shining moment for Corey Williams or another shining moment for Luke Fetzer, the young lion of Laguna.
I had a coach when I was growing up that told me, you follow the best guy in the field. You follow him so close, if he spit, you should feel it. If he throw a snot rocket, you should feel it. If he crash, you should crash. And honestly, it sounds crazy, but that is a way to really learn how to race your bike as a young pup. Just follow the best riders. It doesn't matter if you get a result. Just follow the best riders and learn.
And here comes another jailbreak. Looks like it could be I-Speed rider, not sure on the number as he comes through that corner. Looks like number 3 all alone.
Seeing 5 laps to go. He's got a long way to go, and that definitely is an I-Speed rider from my perspective. Can he ride for 5 laps? And we do have a gambler. Will he stay off the front for the gambler? It's very tough. Corey is absolutely ripping it today. Corey and Rex are together. They're going to make the junction over to Giovanni. I believe he is the only I-Speed rider out there. I could be wrong, but let's see who that is as they come through. Seeing 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go, gentlemen. 5 laps to go. And they have a significant gap right now. Looks like methods to win it on the front. Eric Anderson giving up chase.
Holy cow, that was indeed Giovanni Romero joined by Williams. Those 3 riders stomping on the pedals, but guess what? Indecision. Corey Williams just not in a spot of bother, but checking himself. Rex Roberts hanging on for dear life. This could be your podium, but I'm seeing disorganization.
Yeah, so the only one who's really committed, as you see, is Rex. Rex doesn't have the closing speed as Corey. So when you're playing your odds, if Rex goes back to the field, more than likely he's not going to crack a top 5. If he can stay away, he's almost guaranteed a top 3, right? So why not throw it all in? But they don't look like they really want to go all in right now.
Yeah, some indecision. Like I said, the fortune and spoils favor the brave. These guys are riding with courage. They're not cheeky. They're just putting their head down. One might argue that they want another couple riders in there, ideally. 3 is a very tough row to hoe.
Yeah, 3's a tough road to hoe. Giovanni was the first one to hit out, so he's now skipped a pull. He's skipping another pull, which sometimes it's okay, but late in the race right now, you can't afford to skip pulls. These 3 riders, you need all 6 legs, all 3 engines going full in right now because you have a Peloton who's going to be bearing down you guys. You have Eric Anderson from Methods to Win who's got some really good 1-minute, 2-minute power. That all in. See, he's already closed the gap. Now you have Cameron Bond. They're looking about 3 or 4 second gap, and they're going to be seeing 4 laps to go.
Inside of 5 to go, 4 at the line. Everybody just soak it in. Look at the sights and the sounds. The wind is blasting as they come flying through very soon. You can hear the turbos whiffing by.
So now it looks like they're getting their groove. The Peloton, the rider on the front just flicked his arm, so that means he's done. Let's see if that second rider in the Peloton actually gives up chase. If he doesn't, the group slows down, and it's Eric Anderson back on the front. So perhaps Sharon Smith said, hey, Eric, I actually feel pretty good. Is Sharon out there? Let's see. Sharon is there riding at the third part of the Peloton with 4 laps to go.
Dante Young, well positioned. He's keeping the powder somewhat dry. Everybody out there right now facing attrition. Grimaces of pain on their faces. Dante Young, very well positioned.
Yeah, I mean, the first 20 minutes of this race was so hard, not only for the really good guys, but for everyone. And so they had a moment in the race where they had to come back and kind of reshuffle. And if you don't have that endurance, if you don't have that crit endurance where you can go hard for an hour and a half, 2 hours, this is where it hurts.
And the brake has been Hoover vacuumed and air stitched. Grupo Compacto. And here comes the counter. Holly Breck, Legions of Los Angeles. She's showing her wares right now.
Can you believe this? Jaden Yeager is going off the front, going into 3 laps to go. Holly Breck, who won the women's 1-2 race, chased him down and is on his wheel now, looking back like, hey, where's the company? She just threw in the towel. Jaden's pedal stroke is so deceiving. He looks like he's not doing much, but he's doing 450, 500 watts into a headwind. It is so hard to hold on to.
Yeager still stomping on the pedals, smashing it as they crush every corner, bursting through the stretches and ripping up the Grand Prix.
Yep, and they're going to be seeing 3 laps to go. Jaden's looking back, trying to assess how to do his effort. So I go harder. So at this moment now, he's got to go to time trial mode. And he's riding one of the oldest felts made in America. He won't move up to the new age, but this bike's works. He wins races on this bike. So still busting the rim brake, aero bike from Felt, and he's going to be seeing 3 laps to go. Jaden Yeager, methods to winning, 3 laps to go, and that's Brandon York from Farmers on the front with 3 laps to go. Look at the faces on these guys, absolutely twisted. So I saw something just from observing. Justin Williams is now on Corey Williams' wheel. Corey was riding pretty hard, chasing things down. So my intuition tells me he's trying to get Big Brother a win today.
The pressure is absolutely on. And pressure can...
Yeah, Holly.
There's Holly Breck. She's not going to be ready for Podium Plaza just yet.
All right, in the headwind, Jaden, we'll see his numbers when he posts them to Strava. He's doing at least 520 right now in the headwind. And he rides so straight up. He's not even aero. The aeroest thing he has is the helmet on his head. So Jaden is now on the backside. He's a half a lap away from seeing the Gambler Preem, which is $300. If he can stay off the front for one more lap, Corey is chasing right now, and he can survive to see Bell lap, he will put 300 big ones in his pocket and take it back to Milwaukee where the dollar goes a long way. It's like going to Mexico, like Cancun or something. We're going to do $350 on the Gambler Preem thanks to Ice Racing. Armin, appreciate you. I call him Armadillo.
All right, our women pro elite to the podium.
All right, here we go. Let's cheer this guy on. Come on. He's a 40-plus Masters racer, giving the pros a run for their money. $300, $300, $300, $300, $300. 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go, $300, $300. 2 lap laps to go in the bike race.
Whoa, Nelly, it is definitely the time to hang out on the barricades, make some noise. These cats have been putting on a show. It has been nothing less than a barn burner here in Costa Mesa.
Mike's Bikes, Corey Williams, Jaden Yeager off the front. Mike's Bikes go straight over the front. Looks like ride number 50. I don't see him. Definitely Mike's Bikes. He's the guy who won our first preem. He's absolutely crushing it right now. Went straight over the top. Looks like rider number 56, but
Corey Williams looking pretty strong, somewhat supple on the pedal stroke. I like Corey right now.
so if Corey's working for Big Brother, Corey takes the 3 Hondo and Justin cleans it up. Was it $1,500 for the winner?
1,500.
1,500. So they're kind of all looking at each other. They're still rolling. Jaden's back to the front. Corey slides in. Mike's Bike's looking to see where the Peloton is. Now he's got to do a little effort. He mistimed his pull. He pulled off and thought maybe I can just hop back on. So now he's using a bigger effort, using the watts to get back on the wheel of Corey Williams, and he is now on there. Jaden Yeager on the front. Remember, they're going to be seeing 1 lap to go, and the first person to cross the line on this lap will be taking home $300. And they do have a gap. Here they come.
As we approach the final corner, Jaden Yeager at the point.
It's actually $350. Sorry to cut you off, Dave.
$350, that's right. Thank you, Armin. Here we go, winding it up. With one lap to go.
1 to go. 1 to go. 1 lap to go. 1 to go. 1 to go. 1 lap to go. 1 to go. 1 to go. 1 to go. 1 to go.
1 lap to go. Alex Akins picking up the 350. Riding for TMB, that's right.
I didn't pay attention to the acronym. It clearly says TMB, Team Mike's Bikes. Yes, Alex taking home another 350. So that's 450 today from Alex, all the way from Northern California. Worth the drive, I would say, huh?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, so now looking at the live stream, Alex taking home 450. He's like, you know what? I'm good. Now we have Jaden Yeager pulling in the headwind with Corey Williams sitting on his wheel. Corey will not take a pull from this point forward. Jaden, in my opinion, should go all in. I'm sorry, Alex is actually still off the front. The drone just pulled out and showed us the bigger picture. Alex is head down, man down, off the front by about 3 seconds. Jaden giving up chase. He could actually survive. If he can get to turn 3, David, and get into the tailwind, he's got a really good chance to make it to the finish.
Highly improbable, but he's got an option right now. That is insane. When you find yourself in a pinch, sometimes you improvise. Akins, head down, driving
I don't know. We're talking about almost a 2K day for a guy. If he crosses the line first, he'll take home $1,500 and then another $450 in preems. I'm laughing all the way to the bank.
And look at him. He is pedaling.
He's going to make it.
He's pedaling through Bayou mud right now.
Y'all give this man a round of applause. I think he's going to make it.
Approaching the final corner, Alex Akins is alone. Can he pull it off?
What a move. Come
Alex.
on, make some noise for this guy. What a win. Mike's Bikes, Alex Akins, followed by Corey Williams and Jaden Yeager of Methods to Winning. Dante Young cleaning up the field sprint, followed by Justin Williams.
Wow.
So that's our top 5. Woo. Alex Akins, Corey Williams, Jaden Yeager, Dante Young, and Justin Williams. What a podium.
My goodness gracious, what a show put on by our men Pro 1-2. That was absolutely a ball buster from the get-go. Goodness gracious, job well done.
Family, man. David, that was fun. Worthy.
Woo!
That was fun, man.
Man, oh man.
Big shout out to everyone who helped put this event on. I mean, Dimitri and everyone else who contributed to all the prize money and the preems. That really made this thing a show. And for all the fans and family who hung out to watch the cyclists suffer and put on a show, you guys get home safely. I'm Rassam Bahati along with Dave Worthington. It's been great. Hey, I can't say that on the... We have to do this again. It's been a year. We were here last year.
Yeah, we're going to put a bow on this one. We're not fully done and dusted. Cat 4s are going to be running around here a little bit, but my gosh.
See how much I know.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's going to be hard to outperform what we just saw here in Costa Mesa, California, ladies and gentlemen. That was spectacular. Bahati, it's been an absolute thrill to be joined by you up here on the stage year after year. Let's make it a tradition. It is such a cool thing to hang with you, sir. And Dimitri, we appreciate your love.
Take this show on the road.
Wow.
Cat 4s, you're up next. I hope you're ready, warmed up. That wind is waiting on you. I hope you've been paying attention to these bike races today. Figure out how to win. Cat 4s to the line. Cat 4s to the line. Cat 4-5s. See a lot of young faces out here. This is the future of the sport. Then we got the guys who just started. Watch out for the young kids. They're good.
Racers, you are the category 4-5 group. You'll be racing for 40 minutes, 40 minutes. Lap cards will be on your right. They'll show with laps to go. Free laps end at 5 to go. If you need to get to the pit, you can get there any way you want, but you cannot ride backwards on the course. You can run backwards, you can ride backwards on the sidewalk, you can cut through the buildings, it doesn't matter. Just don't ride backwards on the course. To get a free lap, you must have valid mishap. That means a crash, a puncture, or failure of a part of your bicycle. If your tire's low, if your chain comes off, if your battery goes dead, you don't get free laps. Okay? If you come in pit, it's less than 5 to go, you're not going to go back into the race. I'm going to try to leave everybody in the race. If I pull you, we'll put you in the results where you got pulled. If you drop out on your own, you'll see a DNP, did not place. Any questions? All right, results are only on ontheday.net. There's nothing posted here. Look at the results before you leave today and let us know if there are any mistakes. We'll talk to you and get it all resolved. Okay? All right, no questions? Then.
All right, we're off and underway. Category 4-5s, last race of the day. Our women's to the podium. All right, there's a beautiful picture at the podium right now taking third place. Our women elite, Morgan James. Way to go, Morgan. In second place from Maryland, she's a Terp, Colleen Gulick. Top step today. We know her, we love her, riding for Legions of Los Angeles now. Give it up, Costa Mesa, for your winner today, Holly Breck. The Breck girl does it again. Morgan James, Colleen Gulick, and Holly Breck. 1,500. Not a bad day. Hopefully her teammate Kendall Ryan is recovering. Great to have Legions of Los Angeles in the house. A beautiful sight indeed. In Cycle Mommies in third, a great local team that does spectacular things. Colleen Gulick and Holly Breck now riding for Legions of Los Angeles. Cat 4-5's going full gas right now. Are we having a good time today, or what? Does a one-legged duck swim in a circle? Does Dolly Parton sleep on her back? All right, it's been an amazing day. I'll tell you what, I don't know if we're going to get unplugged on LACrits.com, but I just want to say thank you for coming out and supporting bicycle racing in Southern California. Remember, for every 1 mile of road, there are 2 miles of sharp curb face. But that's okay. Together, we'll get up the road. Together, we'll share the load because we stand on the shoulders of giants. Talking about you all today have shown proof positive that there is certainly unity in the cycling community. And I'm David Worthington. That's Rashan Bahati. And we will most certainly catch you guys on the Flippy Dippy.
vocabulary. So he was here. Jeff was here earlier today. Yeah. He was, yeah. He was around. He made his appearance. Yeah. He often doesn't do that. It's all good. Well, he's got to get friendly again. Right? Piss people off, yeah. Thanks, Ray. Right on. So it looks like we do have
4 5s are on the field, on the course. They were scheduled for 40 minutes. Are they doing the whole 40? We're doing 30 minutes on the 4-5 race. This is our last race of the day. After that pro race, which saw about $1,300 in preems in the first 20 minutes and another $350 for the gambler right at the end, and $1,500 prize money. Our winner, Alex Akins, Team Mike's Bikes, is taking home, if my math is right, $1,850 for 60 minutes of crit racing. And I used to hate when I was racing, people say, oh man, you just made, $2,000 in an hour. Well, it's like, yeah, I did. But what about all the hours that I put into getting to this hour? The 15, the 18, sometimes the 25-hour weeks. So it's not all about today and the 1 hour. It's about all the time that you put in to get to that 1 hour of bike racing. So you can tell Alex Akins has the goods. Nice. I bet you his 5-minute power is pretty good. 6-minute power is pretty good. They measure that because he won the preem, stayed on the gas, and sustained it all the way to the finish and held off one of the best riders SoCal has ever seen in Corey Williams.
Mike's Bikes. I think if you're wearing Mike's Bikes kit, you're strong. Right? Note to self. They're all like super fit NorCal riders. Yep. Always kind of really classy riders too. They show up, they shine, and they walk, next town. You don't really hear a lot of problems with Mike's Bike, and they've been around.
Been around for a long time. If you don't know Mike's Bikes, they're a bicycle chain in the NorCal area. I don't know, now they probably have about 6 stores, maybe more, I don't know. Everywhere you go, you see a Mike's Bikes, but yeah, good group of guys. Some guys I raced pro with back in the day are now on Mike's Bikes. Roman, one of my really good friends, who's an attorney, been racing with Mike's Bikes since he stopped racing professionally, but still a really good bike racer. So yeah, they're a staple, definitely in the NorCal community, but also across the U.S. So you will see them at nationals and other races like Tulsa Tough and Dairyland and whatnot. Really good group.
And they're going to tell their friends, to come on down to Costa Mesa. Certainly the journey is the juice, and there's some juice that was loose down here in Costa Mesa. Walking away extremely happy is Mr. Alex Akins.
I mean, yeah, I'm impressed with Alex. That was hell of a move, because that preem actually, he was off the front to get to that preem. He didn't just open up a quick sprint. He went off the front, won the preem, and had to sprint forward, and then had enough to sustain another lap. And then I don't know if you remembered it, he actually sprinted out of the last corner. Most of the time when you're hurting, you got to put your head down, you stay in the saddle, you get low as you can, and you muster it to the finish. He actually got out of the saddle and was able to, maybe hit 1,000 watts or so to really make sure he secured the win.
I'd like to see his his power deck, his output. Because if you looked at his cadence, it was horrible because he was done. I mean, whatever he had left,
he left it on the line.
There was no twitching. He was like 80 Rs.
Yeah.
RPMs were he was just slugging it out. He couldn't breathe. He was breathing through a cocktail straw at that point. It was just about, I got to get to the line. I got to hang on. I'm going to try to win this bike race.
Yeah.
It's not pretty. It's going to get fugly. I got to just close this thing out. But he was riding through mud, it looked like.
And sometimes bike racing, and how you win is not pretty. You say that, and it takes me back to some of the races that I've won. It wasn't pretty. Snot running out my nose, knees are popping out. I'm on the tip of the saddle. But you got to get to a point where you're not worried about what other people think about you. You're so locked in, and when you're locked in, those are the best races I have. This morning, Sharon goes, "Man, we watching you." I said, "Why?" He said, "Man, you haven't even said hi to me today. I know you locked in." It wasn't personal. It was just like, hey, we're on two different teams, even though we're friends, and I do have to get into a certain mindset to be able to compete against your friends, not only your friends, but the other competitors. So we've been around each other long enough, but I think he knows. And, yeah, when I'm locked in, I do think that, I can deliver. And today was a little bit of a disappointment, but still, honestly, I had fun.
Yeah, second place in the bunch. Hernandez just got that line on you. He got the jump like you predicted. It's about midpoint before 4. It wasn't about corner 4, was it today? You had to get there a little bit early. Dante was second, I think, when he won here last year. That was not the case in a couple races today. We saw it at the midpoint where like Kevin Phillips pulled off that a bit of a flyer, taking it long here. And sometimes you talk about, game day face. I think all riders have really good peripheral vision.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you win ugly, it goes keyhole. You can't see peripheral anymore.
No, not at all. And that's what you want. That's when you're locked in. You don't hear, you don't see, you're locked in. We have one rider off the front, rider number 346. When we get a start list, we will definitely give him a shout out because he is off the front. Rider number 346 is Faisal Din. 33 years old. It looks like unattached, and I could be mispronouncing his name. I'm so sorry. Dave, you want to get out of crap?
I'll give it like a Faisal Din. Like
Faisal.
He's ringing the dinner bell. He's Mr. Din, D-I-N, and he is rolling. He's got good legs.
He looks good, too. Looking at the live stream, he's pretty arrow. He's got a nice little arch in his back.
Yep.
He's in a nice tuck right now, fighting a headwind, looking back, seeing what's going on, assessing the damage that he's just inflicted on this 4-5 field. Racing 30 minutes today. Unfortunately, we did have to cut him short about 10 minutes due to the crash. We're going to lose some money right here.
Aikens, 50. Yeah, that's just from Armin. Remember?
The Pro Podium is official. We want to do that momentarily. So we will need Team Mike's Bikes, a youngster, only 23 years old, riding for Team Mike's Bikes, taking home the guac, Alex Aikens. We also need Corey Williams and Jaden Yeager. You guys can report to the podium momentarily. No big rush. Get cleaned up. Get your new jerseys on, your podium hat. We'll see you guys over there.
Yeager, Williams, and Aikens. I saw some of Yeager's teammates cross the lines, and they were celebrating. Like, to get
That's
podium.
a big win.
Absolutely.
A Masters team outwitting all of these pro riders. Come on.
100%. No doubt about it. And they were feeling the love, right? When they crossed the line, Sharon Smith and his boys were like, yeah.
And look at Eric Anderson across there. He's the one who brought back the break to even allow the next move to go. Another Masters rider. So Masters are on the come up. You know what? We may start getting paid for this.
Yeah. EA, Eric Anderson, another one of these dudes who's a bit like a Swiss Army knife. He can win in more than one way, right? Out of a bunch, out of a break.
We rode 200K a couple weeks ago on a Monday. And after he dropped me off, I had about 30 miles to go, and I felt great for about 5 minutes. And then when I got by myself, complete shutdown, told my wife to meet me at Yard House, and that's what I did.
Very reliable Yard House, no doubt about it. Anderson, a classy rider, always got a smile on his face.
So here's our top 10 in the oh-so-entertaining pro race that happened. Starting from the bottom, we have Julian Balastes, 10th place. Noah from Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, 9th place. Luke Fetzer, Team Skyline. Eddie Huntsman. Dante riding solo. Robert White from ABD Cycling Club. Jaden Yeager, top 3. Corey Williams, 2nd. And our winner, Alex Aikens. So our top 10 again. Balastes, Mandow, Fetzer, Huntsman. Actually, we don't have number 6. So if you think you were 6th place, we need to talk to you. Number missed. Contact the official, please. If you think you were in the top 6, top 10 somewhere, please come see the officials. Dante was 5th place. That's you? Oh, you're 6th? All right. LABA. You got 6. Dante got 5th. You guys were all 3. It was close.
Well, we have the mystery rider in the pro field coming in 6th place, Caitlin Mitchell. Caitlin Mitchell with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy.
So that was rider number 341, Abraham Artiga, a Cat 4 rolling right now. We got to be getting close to laps.
Dante, but Justin wanted to feel sprint. Justin was on the inside.
So this is the problem. Is this wrong? Because this is wrong. Robert White is not here.
Yeah.
So Justin's fourth.
Day of, guy. Day of.
That is weird.
Yeah, I saw it.
This dude live in Wisconsin, Robert White. So this is
All right, all results are provisional. We have some questions on the results. We definitely saw Justin Williams in the mix there on that bunch, no doubt about Justin Williams coming through with the Red Bull helmet. So the officials are going to sort it out, suss it out, and get the results.
the moment these riders have been waiting for. Lap cards. Lap cards are up. They will be seeing 7 laps to go. This 4-5 30-minute race. We have some preems, David.
All right, RB, we got the Muck Off. We got the Bang energy drink. 4 socks, F-O-R-Z-E socks, the most electronic socks on the planet Earth, and Snack Bar Nutrition.
So rider number 341, Abraham Artiga, is that still Abraham? No, it's not. 341. It is Abraham. Still off the front. 7 laps to go, Abraham. 7 laps to go. Abraham is off. Oh, my goodness. He's got a nice gap. We have one rider giving chase right now. Can't see his number. 7 laps to go. Oh, he's down a lap. All right. 7 laps to go to the fill. 7 laps to go. Rider number 355 giving up chase.
That's Noah Packman at the front giving up chase. It looks like around about 25 seconds on the time advantage. Abraham Artiga looking solid, age 24. When they come through, it will be 6 to go.
Seven laps to go. 7 laps to go. Lock it in.
Merchandise Preem, hang on for a lap.
Merchandise Preem on the line, but you must catch Abraham Arteaga off the front. Merchandise Preem, 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go, and a Merchandise Preem on the line.
All right, riders out on course.
6 laps to go. 6 laps to go.
With an assist from Luther Vandross. The time is short.
5 laps to go to our leader. 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go to Abraham Artiga, who's been off the front for the last maybe 3 or 4 laps. Oh, but they're making way. 5 laps to go to the field. 5 laps to go.
Five to go. Big shout out to Majestic Cycling. Ernie Sanchez is going to be putting on a race, Tour de Marietta. This is Alfie Sanchez, no relation. TDM is going to be happening April 5 and 6. Yeager, Corey Williams, Alex Akins, your top 3 today, and our man Pro 1-2 Elite. Shoot the confetti can. Oh my goodness, Yeager, C. Williams, and Alex Akins, your top 3 today. Men Pro 1-2 Elite.
And as Alex puts on the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Grand Prix jersey, they will raise their hands one more time. And I tell you what, one of the most exciting races I've announced in a long time, and I've done a lot of races in my small, short announcing career, and he's got all the cash in his hand. Look at that. Show me the money.
Alex Akins.
4 to go, 4 to go.
Definitely with the big wad of cash, almost $1,900.
4 laps to go to our 4-5 field. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go.
What a beautiful sight here at Costa Mesa. Inside of 4 to go. Then we will be wrapping it up. We'll put a bow on this bad boy. It has been an incredible day. A dozen races today. Each one with its own character and composition, each one with its own backstory, each one with dramatic finishes. None of them were boilerplate, ladies and gentlemen, all with a unique flavor that you crave here in Costa Mesa, California. We will be back out on this course in August. I believe August 10th. Check your calendar. It's going to be bigger and better and faster. Trust me, Majestic Cycling has got it all under control. The city of Costa Mesa embracing us all in this event. It has been absolutely sublime. David Worthington joined by Rasan Bahati, the GOAT, because there can only be one. March Madness has arrived. Blue skies, it's about 65 degrees today. Absolutely brilliant Goldilocks temperatures. The birds were chirping. The azaleas full bloom. Hello, friends. Welcome to Costa Mesa as we put a bow on this sucker with 3 laps to go.
So Abraham has been off the front for the last 4 to 5 laps. He's going to be looking at 3 laps to go. Still a little ways to go by yourself. But I think he's doing really well. He's throwing the power down pretty good. The field hasn't given up yet. 3 laps to go from Abraham. He needs to tuck those elbows in and really get low and arrow. You got to be so efficient when you're off the front. 3 laps to go to the field, 3 laps to go. You have no help out there, right? So every bit of aerodynamics will really help you. And I don't know if does this rider just hop off?
Yeah,
did he bridge across?
Did not see, but I would say the wheels are falling off right now for Abraham Artiga. He definitely looks like he's in trouble.
You can see a little conversation. He's asking for a little bit of help, saying, "Hey, I know you just got here, but I need you to pull." He did, in fact, bridge up to Abraham, who's been off the front. So he's been in the zone for like the last 10, 15 minutes. But the other rider just bridged across, maybe a little bit fresh legs, and can give Abraham a little bit of a rest, and then he can start to contribute again and see if these two can make it to the finish.
Abraham, he's definitely sucking it up. He's on that wheel, showing some pretty good tenacity. But here comes the hungry Peloton. It definitely looks like in doubt right now. I'm going to pick the pack. After a very long duration of tenacity, riding with courage, Abraham with one rider as we come down to the final kilometers. And look at Abraham. He's scooping the ice cream on the bottom of the barrel. Urgency, desperate moments as 2 riders trying to hold off the field. The field looking frothy, looking a bit angry. It's a bit grippy out there on course.
Yep, and with 2 to go, I think those riders will get caught. They've put out a lot of energy off the front. On is breathing right down their throats, and as we say that, there they are, only about a 3-second gap. 2 laps to go. We'll be all together. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
2 to go.
Hey, come on, Crit.
2 to go. Stage 2 cycler rider in there. As the chase is nudging it out, fighting for space and time inside the final dose. 2 laps, a serious sort out as the Peloton discombobulated.
And those 2 riders up ahead, David, they're not giving up. You know, they're still going. They haven't thrown in the towel yet. They figured, hey, I've been out here for this long. I might as well keep going. And look at the Peloton. They are, oh my goodness, Abraham has now dropped his companion. He is by himself. So the young man who jumped across and went to the leader is now being dropped in the hardest section of the race.
That was a solid veteran move right there. He got a bit of a respite on that wheel. We thought he was done and dusted. Oh no, Abraham's got something up in his sleeve as he extends his lead. That was razzle dazzle. We thought he was done. He is still hanging on to dear life, talking about Abraham Artiga.
Artiga's got to stop looking around. You're either going to make it or you're not. Put your head down and go as hard as you can. You can't hold anything back. You've been out there for so long. There's no reason to look back. This is not a concentrated effort now. This is all in. You got to throw everything in the kitchen sink. You got to go in the fridge, open it up, and see what you got and make something. This is the time you have to go all in. I don't understand why he keeps looking back. That's not going to change anything.
Well, we thought he was cracked. He is definitely rummaging through the pantry right now. He is looking for some sustenance. That young man is heroic. He's checking himself. We thought for sure that he was fried.
I did.
Died and laid to the side, and he has still got some gas. Keeps on looking back. You're all in at this point in time.
Yeah, all in, but there's the Peloton about 2 seconds behind them, and they're going to be seeing 1 lap to go. I think it's going to be heartbreak for this young man. He's giving it a really, really good effort, and now the Peloton is right on his heels. And when you see that, you start to throw in a towel. But he hasn't yet. He's still going with 1 lap to go in this bike race. 1 lap to go.
Well, why not finish this day with even more drama here in the Cat 4s? Abraham Artiga somehow able to cling to just mere seconds. I tell you what, it's going to be RG Bargy. Somebody's going to come to the fore. Can Abraham Artiga hang on?
I mean, so far so good, right? We thought he was caught 2 laps ago. We thought he was caught this past lap, but he's still off the front. How motivated is this Peloton? That's going to be the key.
They are caught in crosstown traffic.
There it is.
Here comes the vacuum. The Hoover vacuum has sucked in Artiga. He is done. He's off to the side. Here comes. It's boiling down inside the final kilometers here in Costa Mesa.
So Abraham is back into the Peloton. They are single file on the backside. I'm trying to look for some familiar body language, pedal strokes out there. The gentleman who actually went across to Abraham is now sitting 4th wheel, so he's obviously got a little bit of juice in the tank, right? He had a good pop to go across to him, so he could be a guy to watch for the sprint. He showed it when he went across to Abraham, so we may want to keep an eye on him. He's riding 4th wheel right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit unorganized. There's not going to be a train in category. This is your beginners right now. They're definitely racing with passion, not organized. So there is no train. I would say anybody in that top 6 can win this bicycle race. If they're listening to Bahati, they'll go early before turn number 4.
Definitely. All the winners except in the pro race win early. So if they were paying attention, you have the live stream. You can go back and watch. You can see how these races were won. And someone's on the front right now in all black, absolutely turning the screws, dropping a stage 2 rider. And it looks like he may come do the same thing, but he did it in the saddle.
It looks like the Kevin Phillips move. You're right. This is a flyer as he negotiates. Get a little sideways on that final corner. And here comes the man in black. And he is going to close this thing out in dramatic fashion. Congratulations. Job well done to the king. Chad King has done it in Category 4s today. Chad King. We read you loud and clear.
Congratulations to Chad King, riding unattached, doing what all the winners, the majority of the winners of today have done is hit them early, hit them hard, and make it to the finish line.
Yeah, we found the sweet spot. We did indeed about 1/3 before you enter the final corner. Put a mark over there, a piece of chalk and some duct tape. Yeah. It, man. Bahati, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you today, my man.
We'll do it again, man. We get the band back together 2 years in a row. We got to just make sure we continue to support local racing. We need more of this. This was the heyday when I was coming up. We would have this every weekend. So, yeah, tell your friends, tell your companies, tell everyone to get involved. We need you.
All right, Bahati, you heard it from the man, the GOAT. Good sensations today, but more important, making new memories, making new action, not just about back in the hey, it is about tomorrow and next week. We appreciate all of y'all for supporting bicycle racing here in Costa Mesa, California.